which was there before I came in, and this was in March last year. We are working with IMF and the ENP companies in how to repay that amount. My friend Zahir Saab is here. I acknowledge the payment that is due and what the government needs to liquidate those, and we are making efforts towards that. And I own that responsibility. You don't even have to come and remind me of that. I am well aware of where it was and where it is today. So that's a government obligation. We will continue to deliver on that. So, but hopefully that how do you operationalize that will get decided in the next couple of months when the next mission comes in. And you'll see us moving in that direction, because once you get that money, only then we can expect you to deploy that capital to explore further. So that's what we are doing in the upstream, other than the exploration on the onshore and the offshore basins. Uh, in the midstream, I am extremely grateful to Khatak Saab for leading the negotiations yesterday and for providing some relief in this extremely volatile environment in terms of reduced diesel prices. The refineries stepped up to that ask. I'm grateful for that. But what we need to really get the conversation going is, why are they in such dilapidated state, and why have they not been able to upgrade to deep conversion refineries? And that is where the new refinery policy comes in, and that is where the operational flexibility comes in. So why did we not do it in the last 70 years is a debate that we can have some other day, but that policy is in field. The Secretary is locking the agreements with all of them. We will have a signing ceremony, and we will make sure that at least the future generations are not challenged in the same manner as we are today in meeting this challenge, because these things will continue to happen. We live in interesting times. So that's what's happening in the oil chain, in the midstream. In the gas sector, I am grateful to World Bank. They are helping us unbundle and reform the gas sector. How do you split the infrastructure business from the energy business? How do you inject more competition into it? How do you encourage more liquidity for the upstream sector? How do you inject efficiency optimization into the system? And that report should be coming out by the end of this month. So once that is there, it will be presented to the Prime Minister, and we will slowly and gradually move in that direction. And already, I think a lot of competition has already been injected with the support of Fahim Saab. You have the third-party access regime. Power is bringing that regime today through the CTBCM. We've had that for years. So how do you build that platform, take it forward? That is another thing that we'll definitely bring in, because the North Star remains deregulating, letting the private sector bring in the expertise, the competence to run this efficiently. We've seen this in the telecom sector, and we see how Pakistan today and the consumers in Pakistan today enjoy the lowest call costs across the country. So that is the benefit of injecting competition into this. So we'll continue to push on that front, regardless of how much hatred I am able to gather, or how much popularity I'm able to gather. But I think the true measure will be how the coming generations view what we did when we had the responsibility of doing something. And in the downstream, consolidation, improving digitization, and doing all sorts of things. So which will bring more transparency, whether it be the pricing reform, and the confusion around the daily price announcement. That's not the end game. The end game is deregulating it. The prices even today are being settled on the basis of a 7-day moving average. If it must be a deficiency in my explaining this fact to the people, because my critics continue to say that it is daily price. It is a 7-day rolling price which is announced daily. So I hope people will able to listen to this and better understand what we are trying to do. Because the entire country cannot stop every Friday when prices are to be announced, and especially when, as a petroleum minister who imports most of the molecules, cannot do much to tweak that price. So that is the end game and the direction in which we have to travel. There are many other things, Fahim Saab, that you wanted me to speak. Unfortunately, I don't know whether I've eaten up into the time of the Secretary. But these were the broader touchstones that I wanted to lay before you. Uh, Secretary Saab and I are available. We've tried to keep the industry apprised and have that feedback loop in place so that we can continue to calibrate and adjust the policy as the environment changes. But the broader message is we have to review this entire energy architecture, and I need your support. And I will make sure, till the time that I'm here, that all your genuine issues are addressed, whether we are able to attend to them in a timely or in a manner in which you expect us to move forward. I don't know, because this government decision making process has its own benefits and its own challenges. So, but my promise is, if you convince me, regardless of what I'm faced with, I will continue to raise that voice. And Zahir Sahib, your amount and the millions of dollars that the government of Pakistan owes you for years, I acknowledge that, and I continue to work towards addressing those problems. But please also appreciate that in this environment, there's not a single invoice for the last 1.5 years since we've come in that has been unpaid. We've not touched any contract. We've respected the sanctity of contracts, regardless of whether I made them or not, because they were contracts made by the government of Pakistan, regardless of which government it was. I'm not getting into that debate. I own that liability. Inshallah, with your support, we will continue to attend to those matters. In the end, my only ask remains, let's work together to transform the energy potential that our geology offers into investments, discoveries, productions, cleaner fuels, stronger capability, jobs, and sustainable economic growth. Because unless we provide hope and this thing gels together, there is no point in us creating these islands of excellence. So once again, I thank all the participants for being part of this important conference. I hope today's discussions will translate into practical initiatives and new investment partnerships for Pakistan's energy future. Thank you, and Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, sir, for a highly stimulating and thought-provoking talk. We're indeed glad that the government of Pakistan and your ministry is showing an unfaltering commitment to overcoming myriad challenges to ensure sustainable energy supply and a much-needed energy efficiency and security. The Ministry of Energy Petroleum Division has been at the forefront of playing a critical role in the constant development and growth of Pakistan's energy sector by being at the forefront of policy making and practical measures. I would now like to request the guest of honor, Mr. Hamid Yaqub Sheikh, Field Secretary, Petroleum Division, for his address. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Hamid Yaqub Sheikh.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. Honorable Minister of Petroleum, um, colleagues from government departments and divisions, leaders of the industry, um, investors, members of the diplomatic community, foreign delegates, our Turkish colleagues, distinguished guests. um, Let me start by appreciating Petroleum Institute of Pakistan for organizing this event, as Minister also pointed out. Uh, I joined the ministry at the start of the crisis, and since then, um, life has been kind of going from one meeting to another. So we do this meeting hopping every day. So I look forward to opportunities like these to interact with the technical people, with the leaders of the industry, to learn more about not only the sector, but also to understand what are the challenges that we're trying to meet. minister and the political government always lays out the broader policy, but it's really the machinery. It's really the ministry, and it is actually the secretary who has to ensure implementation of those policies. So there's a lot ever since this government has come in, and especially our honorable minister has taken over the helm of this ministry. There is a lot that is happening in this sector, and I'm sure people in the room are much more aware of what has been stuck for years is happening in a matter of months and weeks and days. Adil Saab keeps reminding me every day. So upgrade brownfield refinery policy is just one example. There's several things, and there are many more which are in the pipeline. So as I said, the challenge now is implementation, execution, and consistency. That's where the ministry, that's where my role comes in. Together with the minister and the team in the ministry, and with the support of E&P companies and all the stakeholders, we've tried to ensure that we create an interactive environment where where we hear people and try to identify and resolve solutions. Now, the next step is to ensure that these changes, these reforms, are sustainable. These are long term. Um, as the minister said, that the North Star is deregulation. We recognize very well that the potential that we have in the country can only be unleashed if uh, E&P companies, for example, are provided the environment, not just the policy environment, the security environment, and unlocking some of the regulatory issues, which will lead to sustainability, which will lead to energy security of the country. Um, that's the main task for us now, and that's where Prime Minister holds us accountable. In the past 10 days, we've had two cabinet committee on energy meetings where clear tasks have been identified. Uh, and people who know the Prime Minister would also know that he keeps the ministers and the secretaries to account as well. So we report back, and we have to come back to the stakeholders and go back to Prime Minister with clear roadmap. Uh, Again, one example is that um, the, the way the refinery policy has been structured is that there are penalties and incentives just to make sure that not only the industry focuses on or implementation, we are also under that challenge that nobody sort of lags behind. So that's the kind of pressure that that has built up, and that's the kind of assurance that I can give to the House that we will try to make sure that we deliver on the challenge. Um, I'll so the pressure, as Minister pointed out, is that we have to ensure that we deliver and deliver in the shortest possible time. So I'll only, in the end, thank all the partners, all the stakeholders, all the members who have not only contributed but are also attending this forum today. And I hope I'll able to come back to the event to learn more about the discussions that have taken place. So thank you very much for inviting.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the keynote presentations from leading energy sector experts and heads on diverse topics facing the sector today. Please note that each presentation will be followed by a 5 to 7 minute Q&A session given the paucity of time. We will now start with Mr. Fahim Haider, MD and CEO Murray Energies, who will speak on the subject of a strategic transformation journey through technology and talent. Ladies and gentlemen, put a huge round of applause for Mr. Haider as he comes up to address his presentation.
Bismillah ar-Rahman Rahim. Honorable guests, colleagues from PIP and the industry, it's a privilege to be here in front of you making this presentation. So I'm going to talk about Mari Energies, the transformation journey which we undertook over the last 6 years, making use of the technology and the talent under the umbrella of the policy reforms which Minister Saab and the Secretary Saab talked about. So it's not a review of like our performance. It's actually a story. How did we transform a focused exploration and production company into a larger energy company of the country? Next slide, please. We talk about technology which never works. Okay. So I'll cover the presentation in 6 agenda items, capturing the 6 years I talked about. First, how did we set the foundation of this transformation journey? How did we deploy the technology and the talent? How did we revitalize our core business? Not only revive the existing portfolio, but also added new resources to the portfolio. And then what we have been doing beyond the core business in our transformation effort. And then what is the impact of all this transformation has created on our business, for our company, for our shareholders, for our communities, as well as for the country. So first step, whenever you go through a transformation is to set the strategy and the vision. So we set up our strategy in the early 2020, 2021. We defined where we want to be in 2030 and what are the strategic pillars which we have to build upon our business. And we said we are going to be strengthening our core business. We will diversify in the areas which are near our core. And then we will use ESG as a pillar for our growth strategy. We also decided that to deliver that strategy, we need the talent, we need the resources which can deliver what we are aiming to deliver. So we got together a very talented team. Then we looked at the Mari field, which was under production for last 50 years, and the production was declining, the assets were aging, the wells were aging. We had to decide what do we want to do with this field. We also had to build the operational resilience to manage what we were planning to do. And also, we wanted to discover more resources. So we put in best-in-class exploration excellence program in our company. So every number you will see in rest of the presentation is going to come back to these 5 decisions which we made early in the game. So I will not talk about the policy reforms. I think Minister Saab and Secretary Saab have broadly covered those. But all I will try and summarize in one sentence that the policy reforms which have taken place during the last few years, we just felt as a company that the door is open and we just have to walk through it. So we won about 40 licenses, 20 onshore and 23 offshore. We got the incentive price for the frontier exploration licenses, which were in the security sensitive areas. Gas market deregulation, it also got started, as Minister Saab has highlighted. Lease extensions and many other initiatives have been implemented by the government. For example, the tight gas policy, the offshore bid round, and other rules which have made it easier for us to operate in the upstream sector. So we took advantage of all these initiatives and started our journey. And we deployed the best available technologies all across our portfolio. Because every area of technology, can you move to the next slide, please? Every area of our business is integrated and new technologies were available in almost all these areas. What was needed to be done to take a systematic approach to implement those all across the board, because everything is linked with each other. And that's what we have done as part of our journey. So technology newsroom is available. We just had to pick the technology which was right for our application and then deploy it where we see it fit. It required a little bit of courage at the beginning, but then people started to see the successes. And if you move to the next slide, every box you see is a deployment of a proven or a new technology, either by us here in the country or globally. What it did to our exploration success, what it did to our production enhancement, what it did for our operations excellence, what it did for our cost optimization, and sometimes everything together. And that's really what made the difference. But as my colleagues from Schlumberger yesterday highlighted, that technology brings opportunities, but it's the people who create the impact. So we had to build a very, very solid technical team. Next slide, please. Which can actually make use of these technologies. So we started redefining our core values as an organization. We built the culture of trust and transparency and integrity. And this team actually worked with us in this journey once we were implementing all these, new technologies and talent to manage our operations. Now, a little bit about the Murray Field. I think most of you know that Murray Field Habib Rahi Reservoir is the second largest reservoir after the Sui Field. Uh, it has produced for more than 50 years in 2020. The infrastructure was aging, the production was depleting, and we had to come up with an integrated plan. How do we make this thing more sustainable? So we implemented best-in-class integrated asset and production management systems, well integrity management systems, asset integrity management systems in one part. And the second part, we started to see how we can sustain and enhance this production. So we implemented, next slide, please. One of the largest compression project together with our customers, fertilizer customers in the Mari field, where we are installing about 27 compressors in 9 different locations. This will not only allow to increase our production and extend our plateau, but also sustain and provide gas supply to the fertilizer plants for many years to come. And overall impact, if we translate that into value of this project, is a saving of over $5 billion in terms of LNG import substitution. So this project is nearly completing. It took 29 months, and we are about to commission first compressor station. We took many other initiatives in terms of technology deployment in the Mari field, for example, horizontal wells, smart completions. We developed Mari Deep Reservoir. Next slide. Altogether, what we did, we transformed an aging and depleting field into a growth asset. And you can see on the graph where we were in 2020, if we were continuing business as usual, versus what was the result of the initiatives which we had taken in the green color. Not only that, in parallel, we continued to expand our portfolio. We had around 30,000 kilometers squares of acreage in 2020. Today, onshore and offshore combined together with a block in Abu Dhabi, our acreage is more than 155,000 square kilometers. So our portfolio has expanded quite a bit. We have made 12 discoveries in the last 5 years, 6 years, and we have added more than 3.75 TCF of new gas resources. Our 2P reserves and resources have crossed over 1 billion barrels. Our reserve replacement ratio has been around 245% over the last 5 years rolling average. And we have been able to add 300 million standard cubic feet of new gas into the system. And while doing all this, God has been very kind. Allah has been very kind with us. We made a discovery called Ghazij within the Mari field, which was lying there, and we were not aware of that. It's a new play. The complex map you see on the screen, it shows different colors, but these are, according to our beloved geologists, are the lobes. And every lobe has got gas in it. So there are about 34 of them. And the extent of the reservoir is more than 1,000 square kilometers. So this discovery, we have drilled already 25 wells in it. The field development plan has already been approved by the government. This just single field has added around 2 TCF of gas in our resources. So currently we are producing around 80 million per day, and we are going to take this volume to 222 million per day. supplying gas to the fertilizer plants. And government has been very sensible, and they have allocated the gas to the fertilizer sector. So once the HRL starts to deplete, Ghazij will catch up to supply the plants which are already on the Mari field. But additionally, we are going to be supplying the 3 plants which are on the system, the gas from this field. We've also deployed new technologies here. Part of the Ghazij we still haven't developed. We are still evaluating it because it is tight. So we did first monobore completion in the country, and we have done hydraulic fracturing, and we have pumped around 650,000 tons of pounds of proppant in this, and the well has given us very, very good results. So this is just one example of how the technology is being deployed. Another thing, to develop Ghazij, we would need more than 100 wells, 140 wells. And we just realized that, in an onshore environment, just drilling vertical holes is not something which is feasible. So we decided to do some studies and look at what other people have done. Have decided to deploy the pad drilling technology, and the drilling on the first pad has already been started. And our surface footprint has come down from 100 sites to more or less 40 sites. And just this one exercise, the combined saving we are going to be realizing with this exercise is going to be more than $250 million in terms of development cost. Then, if you come towards the north, the Waziristan asset, where we made discovery of Shiva and Spinworm, together with OGDCL and OPI, and Sui Northern has been very kind. They laid this long 220 kilometers pipeline in a very, very challenging environment. Both of these fields together are producing around 100 million standard cubic feet of gas and 1,000 barrels of condensate. This is a new area. We think this is going to be, the new energy hub for our country. So we are very focused, working with all the stakeholders to further enhance production from these 2 fields. We also have been responsible in terms of sustainability and our, managing our ESG commitments. Sorry. Wapas jayega slide. So we have signed up to the, sorry. Signed up to the COP28 charter. We are doing our first CCS project in Pakistan. We are also doing a greenhouse gas emission mitigation project where we are taking our vent gases and converting them into LNG. So all the areas of sustainability, we are trying to minimize our greenhouse gas emissions to make sure that we remain sustainable and demonstrate our commitment towards ESG. Diversification. We have also built a very nice portfolio in the Chaghi district in Balochistan for minerals exploration. We are focusing on critical minerals which are critical for energy transition, mainly copper. We have already completed 50,000 meters of drilling. We are setting up a new lab here in Islamabad for minerals analysis. We have also invested in the technology business through our subsidiary called Mari Technologies. The first data center is up and running. There is a presentation later on in the day, I guess, on the data centers. But this data center is available for our energy sector if we want to build digital twins of our portfolio. So what all of this means in terms of numbers. So this is just a summary of recap. So our production in 20 was 91,000. We have increased it by 24%. Our production capacity was 104,000. We have increased it by 31%. Our operating cost has gone up slightly, but still is comparable with any other major country. It's under $2.50. Our finding cost has come down to all-time low. is around $1.3 per BOE. Our acreage, as I said, is more than 150,000 square kilometers, and our reserves are over 1 billion BOE. They've gone up by 81%, despite us producing a lot of volume during those 6 years. And our production to reserves ratio is around 21 years. Altogether, Mari has got 10 group companies. We have paid 144 billion rupees of dividend. Our market cap has gone up by 4 times, and the total shareholder returns over this period have been 480%. What does that mean for national economy? So our production capacity today stands at 950 million scf per day. If we translate into forex savings, it's over $3 billion. We supply gas to 90% of the fertilizer sector, and we are very soon moving to the 100%, inshallah. We have paid over 500 billion in the forms of taxes and levies, and we have invested over 16 billion in our communities through CSR. So basically, the key message is that indigenous hydrocarbons not only provide the energy security and the food security, they also keep the dollars at home, they feed the nation, and they contribute towards the exchequer as well as lifting the communities. All of this would not have been possible without the support from the government, from our partners, from our shareholders, from the industry, from our customers, and our service providers, who we have always been treating as our partners. And we have, I think where we are today is just the start of our journey, and we think we're ready for the next phase of our growth. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Haider, for an excellent presentation on the vital projects being executed by Murray Energies and the diversification strategy being executed by your organization. Our next presentation is on a very pertinent subject of energy security, innovation, and opportunities for collaboration. Let me invite to the stage the authority on the subject, Mr. Jesus Lamhas, President, SLB, Middle East and North Africa. A huge round of applause for Mr. Jesus Lamhas.
Honorable guests, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is a privilege for me to be here today in Islamabad, and thank you so much for the hospitality, for the optimism, and more importantly, for the positive energy. Let me thank also the organizers for inviting SLB to address this very important topic on energy security, innovation, and opportunities for collaboration. This year is particularly meaningful for SLB. We are celebrating 100 years of advancing energy technologies and innovation. And our relationship with Pakistan goes back more than 7 decades, 77 years to be exact. Over that time, we have had the privilege of working alongside Pakistan's energy industry through many chapters of its development. And one thing that experience has taught us is that the energy industry is constantly evolving. The challenges change, the technology changed, the energy mix changes. But one thing remains constant. Energy is fundamental to economic development. Today, the world needs more energy, while the resources needed to meet that demand are becoming increasingly more complex. A 16 oil and gas fields' natural decline, new resources are often harder to find and develop. At the same time, electrification is accelerating, and digital technologies and AI are creating new sources of energy demand. So the challenge for our industry is not simply to produce more energy. It is to produce more, recover more, and do it more efficiently and with lower environmental footprint. That global challenge has a very direct relevance to Pakistan. Pakistan has set important ambitions to strengthen energy security, expand critical infrastructure, and create the conditions for sustainable economic growth. This is reflected in the country's strategic framework, where energy is recognized as a critical enabler of the broader economy. The opportunity now is to translate that ambition into greater productivity, resilience, and value creation. And from SLB's global perspective, I see three areas where technology and collaboration can make a meaningful difference and impact. First, maximize production and recovery from the resources already in place. Energy security is not only about discovering new resources, it is also about making every producing well, every facility, and every existing asset deliver its full potential, safely, efficiently, and economically. That is at the heart of production and recovery, which is one of the strategic pillars of SLB. Production performance is a system challenge. Reservoir behavior, completions, artificial lift, production chemistry, intervention, facilities, and operating decisions are all interconnected. When we bring these capabilities together, we can restore productivity, improve reliability, increase recovery, and more importantly, extend the life of the assets. In simple terms, produce more, recover more, waste less. We have seen the impact of this approach here in Pakistan. In collaboration with many of our customers, OGDC, MARI, SLB has deployed electric submersible pumps, ESPs, to support production and improve well performance, helping maximize recovery from existing assets. SLB's artificial lift solutions are contributing to more than 15% of Pakistan's oil production. Our expanded production and recovery capabilities bring together technologies across artificial lift, production chemistry, intervention, digital productions, and emissions management. The objective is not to optimize one component in isolation. It is to optimize the producing asset as a system. For Pakistan, this represents an important opportunity to complement the development of new resources by maximizing the value of resources and infrastructure that are already in place. Second point, unlock the next generation of domestic resources. At the same time, Pakistan needs to continue exploring and developing new resources. Natural gas play an important role in providing reliable and affordable energy while the country continues to diversify its energy system. Pakistan has opportunities across conventional and unconventional gas, and SLB brings experience across the full life cycle, from subsurface to evaluation to drilling and completion, stimulation and production optimization. Our global experience, including in unconventional resources, give us the opportunity to bring proven technologies and approaches to Pakistan adapted to local geology and operating conditions. The objective is very simple: to help Pakistan unlock more value from its domestic resources and bring reliable energy to market more efficiently. Offshore is another important opportunity. Pakistan's shallow water exploration and appraisal ambitions have the potential to diversify the country's resource base and contribute to long-term energy security. And SLB is ready and has the experience in Pakistan's offshore environment. We supported the AN-IX exploration well offshore Pakistan, providing deep-water cemented technologies to address the technical challenges of a complex offshore environment. Globally, SLB has supported customers across some of the world's most challenging offshore settings. As Pakistan advances its offshore ambitions, we see a great opportunity to build on the experience already gained and bring together global technology, regional expertise, and local capabilities to help unlock the potential of these resources. Third point, use of digital and AI to accelerate productivity. Technology is also changing how energy is produced. We have seen tremendous advancements in drilling and well construction. The next productivity transformation is increasingly about bringing the same level of technology and digitalization into production and operations. At SLB, we are applying digital, automation, and AI across the entire energy life cycle. In digital drilling, the real-time data and advanced analytics help teams make better decisions while a well is being drilled. Through drilling support centers, performance life, and remote calibration and remote collaboration, specialists can work alongside field teams in real time, bringing expertise to the operation when and where is needed. And we are already seeing the transformation happening here in Pakistan. We have already deployed a digital drilling hub with one of our customers here, bringing together engineering expertise, automation, AI, and machine learning to improve drilling performance. This is just the beginning. We see an opportunity to build on this experience and extend these capabilities to other customers and the entire industry here in Pakistan. This is the kind of technology-led collaboration that can accelerate Pakistan's digital energy journey. The same principles extend into production. Connected workflows, advanced analytics, and AI can help operators identify production losses, optimize wells and facilities, and anticipate potential equipment issues before they become unplanned downtime. And the value of AI is not in the algorithm. The value of AI is in the decision that the algorithm enables. For Pakistan, this creates an opportunity to move from reactive to proactive and predictive operations, from isolated data to connected workflows, and from simply collecting information to turning data into actionable insight. But technology alone is not enough. Digital transformation is also about people and capabilities. Pakistan has an opportunity to develop a new generation of energy professionals who combine deep domain expertise with digital and AI capabilities. And this brings me to perhaps the most important point of this dialogue: collaboration. A stronger MENA, Middle East and North Africa, Pakistan energy partnership. No country, no company, no institution can address the energy challenge alone. There is a significant opportunity to strengthen collaboration between Pakistan and the entire MENA region. The MENA region has developed deep expertise across energy production, large-scale infrastructure, technology deployment, and complex project execution. Pakistan brings significant energy opportunities, technical talent, and a growing need for technology and investment to guarantee energy security. Bringing these strengths together can create partnerships that go beyond individual project partnerships around technology transfer, investment, knowledge sharing, local capability development, and innovation. For SLB, this is where we see our role. We can bring together our global technology and domain expertise, our long-standing presence in Pakistan, and our experience across the Middle East and North Africa, while working closely with local operators, partners, universities, and talent. The objective is to create measurable outcomes: more reliable energy, greater recovery, more productive assets, more efficient infrastructure, and stronger local capabilities. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has the energy potential. It has the talent. And more importantly, it has the ambition. And it has an opportunity to use technology and collaboration to accelerate the next chapter of its energy development. Energy security will require developing new resources, but also getting more from the resources you already have in place. It will require investment in infrastructure, but also new ways of operating that infrastructure. And it will require technology, but technology that is deployed in partnership with people who understands the local context and the challenges on the ground. As SLV celebrates 100 years of innovation and more than 7 decades of partnership in Pakistan, our commitment is to continue bringing global technology, regional expertise, and local capabilities together to help unlock Pakistan's vast energy potential. Remember, produce more, recover more, innovate faster, and build a more resilient energy future. Shukriya.
Thank you, Mr. Jesus, for stressing on the importance of technology and collaboration, especially for Pakistan's energy sector context. Our next distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Naveed Arshad, Director of the Energy Institute of LUMS. Mr. Arshad will be giving his valuable views on a very important subject of leveraging climate finance for energy transition. Let's give a huge round of applause for Mr. Dr. Naveed Arshad.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, Shahir Saab, for inviting me to this event. It's my third time here and always learn new things here. But one thing that I always, in the last two, at least, you can say the editions of the conference, what I realized that although there's a lot of talk about the local challenges of upstream, midstream, downstream, there has been less of a talk on energy transition opportunities, which are actually, I mean, maybe considered something of another side, but actually these are the opportunities which are mostly for the oil and gas sector. So I thought that I'll just give a little overview of those opportunities and some of the experiences that we have had at our institute and which are probably, you probably will be beneficial to all of us. So if I can get a clicker, I think that will be easier for me, but otherwise I can just go on. So first slide, next slide, please. Okay, just a bit about LUMS Energy Institute. So we are an autonomous institute within LUMS, which means that we are not a burden on LUMS finances. We operate independently. We have to earn for our own living. We started with a humble donation of 30 million, and now we have been able to carry out projects worth almost 5 billion in the past 7-8 years. We started our journey with mostly the power sector, but more and more now we are venturing into the oil and gas industry because that's the primary fuel supply that we have. We have been working with more than 250 industries, many government entities. We work on daily basis, many policies where we had inputs. And we also into entrepreneurship. We have at least 7 or 8 companies that we have found. And these companies are no way competing with the existing industry, but the things that we thought that we can do, and maybe it is a bit of a leap of faith, we try to create companies there. And we have worked with many donor agencies, many of the multilateral agencies. So it has been a very, you can say, a journey that has been very fruitful. We have about 100 employees full-time that are working with us. So next slide, please, because somehow its range is. So some of the slides initially that I'm going to talk about is some things that I'm going to repeat just to make sure that all of us are at par with the topic that's going to come ahead of time later on. So climate change basically is just trapped gases that are released because of human activity, and we are seeing increasing temperatures that are evident around us, and also Europe, US are feeling that heat now. Now, next slide, please. What is greenhouse gases? Well, there are a set of 7 gases that are considered greenhouse. I'll talk about it a bit later. And all the climate change community is worried about how to reduce that emission into the atmosphere, how to reduce and ultimately, hopefully, eliminate the emission of these gases in the long term. Next slide. Within climate change, there are 2 different groups or 2 different kinds of activities. One is mitigation, where we try to reduce or capture these gases from the atmosphere. The other is adaptation, that okay, if there has been a change you can say in the atmosphere or in our, for example, the floods and others, how do we deal with them? How do we deal with droughts, heat stresses, the GLOF, which is the glacier lake outburst, and other challenges, and how do we deal with them? So both mitigation and adaptation are important cornerstone of climate change, and they are typically, when we talk about climate change, both of them are mentioned in one way or the other. Next slide. So climate finance is a particular financing leverage that the world has created where we can use this leverage to fund projects that reduces the emission into the atmosphere or capturing these gases from the atmosphere. There are many definitions of it. It's called green finance, environmental finance, sustainable finance, low carbon finance. There are many, many different names, but all of them are climate finance in one way or the other. Next slide, please. Now, there has been a lot of money going into climate finance. From 2023 report, almost 1.9 trillion USD has been spent in climate change. But if you look at it, mostly it has been mitigation that is getting the lion's share, almost 1.7 trillion. Adaptation is about $65 billion, and the dual benefit projects about 58 billion. And if you look at the usage of it, almost 834 billion is being utilized in the energy sector, and almost 545 in the transport sector. That's also very closely related to energy. And the building infrastructure is getting the 290 billion. Now, this is all the flow coming from governments, DFIs, private sector capital going into different areas of where we can improve the mitigation activities. Now, this is a very large amount, but still short of what we need to actually carry out the mitigation activity of the level of emission that we are doing as a planet. Next slide, please. So there is a tracker that tracks the funding that is provided to the developing countries, the 130 ODA eligible countries. Now, unfortunately, to put it mildly, Pakistan has not been able to receive a lot of funding in climate finance. And if you look at the Pakistan's number, it's probably in the bottom 1/5 or 1/6 countries which have received the climate finance. And this is kind of, you can say, an anomaly, because Pakistan is the seventh most vulnerable country from climate change, and second most in terms of economic damages. But the number of, you can say, funding that the country has received is quite dismal. Next slide. So actually, Pakistan received until last year about $306 million only. That is almost comparable to Nepal, which is a country of a very small size. Even Bhutan and Maldives are, getting quite a big share compared to their size and the population. So, and the government realizes this thing, that we are not receiving a lot of climate finance into the country, despite our stature as one of the most vulnerable countries. And there are reasons for it. But next slide. So SIFC, when it was formed back in 2022-23, they said that yes, we do not have projects that can attract climate finance. And that's why they said, okay, we'll hire some consultants. But unfortunately, the situation has not improved, because we received another news late last year, next slide, where our finance minister was saying that, okay, yeah, we still do not have bankable projects. So there has been something fundamentally wrong, that we are not approaching the problem right, or we are not asking for the right type of financing. Next slide. So given this situation, LUMS as a university said that, okay, what can we do? So we ventured out and tested the waters of climate finance. So we took shortlisted some of the climate finance funders, like Green Climate Fund and Mitigation Action Facility, and we said that rather than just lamenting about it, why not we just go and try to get some funds. We first tried GCF, but GCF somehow is more interested in working with government. So, and LUMS as a private entity, we are considered a private sector entity, they do not really, you can say, care about us. So we kind of backtracked our application, withdrew our application. Then comes Mitigation Action Facility, which is a very interesting climate finance window. They say that we do not care who you are, we are interested in the innovation that you bring into this. And we worked with them for past 3 to 4 years' time. And finally, this year, we were able to get a major climate finance funding from them. This was the very first funding being given to Pakistan from the Mitigation Action Facility. And LUMS was the first university in the world to receive a climate finance funding, which was kind of a strange thing, that university getting a climate finance funding, but it was kind of, you can say, the first in the world. What I'm going to do is walk through the whole process of the whole climate finance journey that we carried out, because that's probably where the more learning is there. Rather than me talking about climate finance, this or that, let's walk through the exact journey that we we went through, because I think there are many lessons and learning, and then I'll come back to the oil and gas sector and why it is very critical for oil and gas sector to be more proactive here. Next slide. So we applied in 2023. There were about 500 different submissions that went at that year. This year, by the way, the submission number have increased to 1,000. And these are not, you can say, the ordinary submission like other universities. There are government ministries, very large donors, even Asian Development Bank and others, and organizations like WWF, WRI, and others. So the competition was very, very fierce. Initially, we got selected for you can say, the shortlisting. Then the mission visited us, went around, met with all the relevant stakeholders that we said we are going to work with. And then they gave us a year to prepare the whole project from beginning to end. Every kind of sensitivity detail, every kind of, you can say, risk analysis that has to go through. They said that, okay, you have to do this. And then finally, their team again visited us earlier this year, and this May, they said, okay, now you have received the funding from climate finance. We are partnered, Nasir Saab is sitting here, HBL, Mizan Bank, and NCGCL, which are our partners here. And it's a 5-year-long project, and we'll be implementing an electric vehicle project, basically, in Pakistan. Next slide, please. Before I delve into this, let's talk about what climate finance is not. Dispelling some myths. First of all, Pakistan is not any special status in the eye of these funders. There are 130 ODA eligible countries, so the competition is fierce. GHG emission is not about air quality. There are two different concepts. There could be same sources, but there are two different concepts. So they are not going to give us funding for air quality improvement. They don't care about geographical boundaries. It is not only for poor countries. There are other countries, middle-income countries also. Job creation is not a priority there. It's not about specific sector they're going to do it. It's not just about carbon market, which is quite a very glamorous term these days that we hear. And it is all like IMF and World Bank loan. They're completely different windows that actually deal with climate finance. Although IMF and World Bank has tagged some of their funding with climate finance, but it's just maybe a stretch of their loans. It's not for basic research and development, and it does not work around our schedule. They have their own schedule, and somehow we cannot shorten the timelines. Next slide, please. These are some of the examples of different funding windows that are available. There are many other. So Green Climate Fund, Mitigation Action Facility, International Climate Initiative. There are many bilateral funds, then Carbon Trust, Clean Technology Fund, Clean Energy Transition Partnership. Many, many different funds that are available that accept climate finance requests, and then they process them and see that whether your application is eligible. Beyond that, next slide, please, there are many foundations also that provide this. And now many, many foundations are providing. So Bezos, Earth Fund, and many others are there which provide this. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right. Now, I am trying to now capture our journey is in about 4 or 5 slides. So please be careful, because climate finance is a very complicated topic, and summarizing in 4 or 5 slides was a challenge, but I'll try to do. Now, in this slide, what I'm trying to do is that looking at a climate finance application as our donor receives it, from their shoes, from their angle, how do they view a climate finance application or request? So there are 4 things that are critical for them. Which region is this request coming from? Which greenhouse gas are they trying to mitigate? Which sector is it from? And 4th, most important, what innovation are they bringing to the table? So next slide. Now, if you talk about region, there are 130 countries that are ODA eligible, which official development assistance. Greenhouse gases, there are a set of 7 gases that they've identified that, okay, if you are trying to mitigate them, we are going to help you out. But they are not all equal. So carbon dioxide, if one molecule is detrimental to the climate, methane's detrimental effect is 30 times more, 27 to 30 times more. Similarly, for nitrous oxide, it's 273 times more. So the more you go down the list, the more detrimental effect are there. So if you somehow can take care of SF4, that's one molecule is 25,000 time. So very little effort to capture SF4 probably can give you a lot of money. Then the sector. So energy, agriculture, industry, infrastructure, waste, many sectors that they have identified where you have to select the project. And then finally, the innovation part. It's not just the technical innovation they're looking for. Technical is one part, businesses, finance, if there are any new policy mechanism you can make, if you can enact some new, very interesting laws, or regulatory, you can say, new regulatory, not compliance, but regulatory, you can say, instruments, those all included are in the innovation. And you don't have to go through all of them. You can choose whatever works best for you. Next slide, please. So in our example, so I'm now going to go through the exact example how we executed it. So for us, the country is Pakistan, obviously. We were working on carbon dioxide. Our sector is transport, and we brought 3 innovations there: technology, business, and financial. So we thought, okay, we will work around these 3 innovations and try to bring something which is not done before. Next slide. Now, this is what ultimately they are going to be looking at. So they will have to be very clear of what is business as usual. What is the mission of if this thing happen without any intervention? So we said, okay, if we continue to use fuel-based vehicle, there will be 4 tons of CO2 emission per year. But if we convert to electric and we add the emission of the sources, or let's say the generation sources, it's going to be 1 ton CO2 per year. The operation of the project is going to be 15 years. Per vehicle, we are going to be avoiding about 45 tons of emission. Total number of vehicle we expect in this initiative is 340,000. The total investment requirement of this initiative is $61 million. And the total emission avoided is 5 million tons CO2. And then you see on the right side, we have the region sector, gas, and innovation. But the lower number, this is the most critical number for any climate funding agency. What is the dollar value per ton of emission throughout the duration of the project? This number is the magic number in which your application and application from another country is going to be evaluated. So across Pakistan in the transport sector, when you are mitigating carbon dioxide with these innovations, this is the number that makes the benchmark. For any new project that will come to them, this has to be better than this. So if another project comes up and says that, okay, I'm going to do it in $21, next funding is going to go to them. So similarly, for difficult to abate fields, the numbers are different, and these numbers are the most critical number. Nobody tells you this in any climate finance literature, but this is the key number which they are looking at. Next slide. Now, for the oil and gas industry, probably this is for climate finance or any kind of mitigation-related activities, oil and gas industries probably has filled with opportunities, if you just view them in that way. For example, methane abatement. Methane is considered a very interesting phenomena these days, and lots of research is happening, because methane is what we call as SLCP, short-lived climate pollutants, which means that if we can somehow capture methane, somehow we reduce its emission, whatever methane is already released in the atmosphere is going to be removed by the natural processes in 60, 70 years. So methane is now considered a very important gas to remove because there's a natural removal process. We don't have to put in anything artificial. And methane also is very relevant to the oil and gas industry. Just an announcement that in the next 2 months, we will be offering a methane course in partnership with PIP and a training program organizer, Carbon Limits. And that will let you know how to set baseline for methane. Because methane, setting baseline for methane is slightly tricky. So we have some new tools, some new satellite imagery through which we can set up the methane baseline. So please send your colleagues, send your teammates there at LUMS. So we'll be offering this course in the late October, and I think we'll be announcing it. Other opportunities are biofuels, hydrogen, renewable integration we all know about. There's also carbon capture, utilization, and storage, a very large area of interest these days. Another area which is quite popular these days is repurposing existing infrastructure. Can be repurposed because there has been so much investment has been gone through this infrastructure, and if we do energy transition, now what can we do with this infrastructure? Can we repurpose it? Can we repurpose, for example, our gas transmission line for hydrogen transmission in future? Flared gas to computing, byproduct utilization, the whole area of circular economy, all that is important. Next slide. So where climate finance can help? How is it different from a traditional loan that I get from the bank? First of all, many of the climate finance windows offer grant funding. That's very critical. They will write the first check for any innovative project, and they will take the last debt payment. They can also take the first loss. So those are very critical for any donor agency. They can provide long-term concessional finance for GCF. For the private sector, their loan tenure is about 20 years. For government sector, it's about 40 years. You don't have to pay anything for the first 8 years or something. So they are quite good conditions. They are very much flexible in the financial instruments. You have all the liberty to develop a new blended financial instruments that can work around you, and they are quite flexible there. Some of the technology that otherwise is not accessible, if you go with the climate finance or climate mitigation perspective, that technology is sometimes made accessible. Similarly, many of the market access are also possible through this. Then, for example, like CBAM and others, regulatory compliance is achieved through this, and it provides a new revenue stream. Now, I'll just say one more thing is that if you think that you don't need climate finance, you have enough of a balance sheet that you can do it, please consider carbon finance. Pakistan has now an agreement with Norway on a G2G Article 6 agreement where companies can sell their carbon credits to Norwegian companies. But for any carbon project, one thing is very critical, and that's the most critical thing. You have to register it first before you can access carbon credit. Even the project, when financial close is happening, if it is not registered, you have missed the boat. Or at least, I think, 1 year. Some allow up to 1 year of registration. It cannot be reflection back. It has to be planned into the project right from the beginning. Next slide, please. So I really like this Jeff Bezos quote that I always tell in Pakistan, that you must be, we have many challenges, but we have to work around the world as we find it, not as you would have it or we would have it. So next is my last slide. So climate finance is something where some critical elements needs to be there. Next slide, please, Karne. Our experience has said that there are 7 things that you need to access climate finance. Now, the first was actually team, but I didn't find a good word starting with P, so I just say platoon, so don't consider it an army platoon, it's just a good team. Proactiveness, because climate finance landscape is changing. New opportunities are coming up, so if we are proactive, you can grab new opportunities very quickly. Planning, partnership, preparation are very critical. Make sure the team that you have, and that's one of the challenges that we have seen in the government also, the minimum of climate finance application takes about 2 to 3 years. In our case, the government officer's tenure is about 3 years. So that's why applications do not actually go into submission phase. And finally, we have patience and perseverance. That's also very critical. It is a long journey. It cannot happen overnight, and sometimes there could be failures, but I think that's something which is one needs to have patience and perseverance if we are going into climate finance. Next slide. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I have to take any questions, but or if I have time for any question, but I'll be happy to take if there are any. जी माइक प्लीज अगर दे दें इधर or you can come here and talk. जी sure. I can repeat your question. Right. So the question is, what is flare gas to computing? So it's a new concept where you say that rather than flaring, why don't we convert it into some form of electricity or some form of energy into electricity and use it to produce electricity to run a computing infrastructure, like a data center or something. It's a new concept, but let me tell you, do not limit your innovation to this. There could be zillions of innovation that you can bring into capturing. The goal is not to let these gases go out. Now, if you're not letting them go out, you can use it for any useful purpose. So that's an example, but you can find it more on Flare to Computing. We can talk about it offline also. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, and very nice talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Naveed Arshad, for stressing on the benefits of climate finance for the corporate sector. Our next speaker is Mr. Asfar Mir, Global Managing Partner for AI Mir. Mr. Mir is in the board of various firms, including Belmont Systems Science Initiative USA, and an advisor to PM Office of UAE. His company has also helped Shell, Unilever, and Merck in the areas of strategic growth and innovation. Mr. Mir will speak on Future Readiness Index, an initiative PIEP has launched with AI Mir. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Mr. Mir.
All right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Shahryar, PIP, and everyone here for having me. It's a privilege. Very insightful since the morning, so I'm glad that I could make it. What I'm not going to talk about already, of course, the room is sold and the leaders have spoken about the need to be future ready, right? In a disruptive environment, the minister said we live in interesting times. So one incident in the world has shown us how vulnerable we could be. Of course, the very informative, transformative journey. And I loved the curves that you showed in terms of the greens and the reds and the replacement of reserves and so forth. So clearly the room and the leaders in the country and in this industry are already sold on the fact that we need to be collectively future ready, right? What I will focus on is what is a standardized, benchmarked way of measuring that across the industry so we can compare, right? Of course, and I like to call this the unaudited balance sheet, of course, because we do have standardized ways of measuring some forms of capital, but we don't have standardized benchmark ways of measuring other forms of capital. So that's what I will show you. And in fact, the larger part of this is I will try to extract from your wisdom, so give you a sense of what the Future Readiness Index looks like and what its components are. So in a minute or two, I will ask you to take out your phones. Instead of asking you not to use your phones, I'm going to ask you to use your phones, scan the QR codes that are in front of you, and then extract from your wisdom with 10 questions that we'll quickly go through and show you the results of what the opinion is in the room. So that's how this will run, right? But before we do that, I will share with you what the framework is, and this is a framework globally that we use with, on the next slide, with very large global organizations, with various industries. In Pakistan, some of the sectors like the financial services and telcos are already on board, and I'm grateful to, again, PIP that we're partnering with them for the energy sector. So the next one, can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So the model or the framework is simple. It's this on one slide. The overall theme is sense, shape, and steward. So how do leaders and organizations collectively sense, shape, and steward for the future? So that's future readiness. Predicting it is hard, but preparing for it is necessary, right? And that's what we've learned since the morning as well. So, and what do we measure? Not just monetary capital, but other 5 forms of capital, which are equally important, if not more, which are leadership, talent, organization, brand, and customer capital, that collectively actually help us sustain the growth of monetary capital. So, and then we do that across 3 time horizons: today, tomorrow, and day after. Different organizations, different maturity levels define that term in terms of horizon themselves. For some industries, it's 1 to 3 years, 3 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years. In technology industries, for example, in Silicon Valley, it's 6, 12, 18 months even. So you decide what that term is, of course, and then some suggestions also from the industry how it should be structured for the industry. So those are the three. You have the sense-shaped steward as the spine, if you will. You have the 6 forms of capital, which I mentioned, the 3 time horizons, and what we get back is what level of maturity is any organization at. So that's what we call the FRO, or the Future Ready Organization. Of course, the Future Readiness Index is an industry benchmark, and it could be cross-industry as well. And then the final one is FRL, which is Future Ready Leader. So you get insights right at the individualized leader level. So that's the initiative. It's a big ask. We've been asked, for example, Prime Minister's office in the UAE, to Silicon Valley, across the globe, large and small organizations. One of the biggest challenges that leaders have is how do we collectively in an organization or an industry become future ready? If you have any questions about this, I will leave them for later, because as we go through this in a minute, you will understand this. So, because you will experience it. Now, what are we about to do, right? So on the next slide, please. What we're about to do is, I'm going to ask you to take your phones out in a minute and then scan a QR code that will be up on the screen. It's also on the tables, on each of the tables. And then go through a very short sort of taste of the Future Readiness Index survey. It will ask you 10 questions. It will be completely anonymous, so don't worry about results being shared. The collective results I will share with you right now on the screen, so you get a sense of what is this room thinking in terms of our collective future readiness. So can we go to the next slide, please? Perfect. So you will answer 10 questions, again, completely anonymous. It will ask you about your level of leadership first, your industry. It's a multi-select. Some of them are going to be multi-select, so select all that apply. Then it will ask you specifically about the forms of capital. When it asks you about the forms of capital, it will have 2 areas for rating. One is how important you think this is, or how decisive or how critical it is. And 2, how ready you are as an organization, as your organization, right? Again, we're not going to collect this. If you do want to share your details in the end, you do that. Otherwise, you say no thank you in the end. But in either case, it is not collected at an organization level today, right? So it's a industry scan, if you will. All right? So if you can take out your phones now, and we can go to the next slide. We have the QR code, and we'll just take 2-3 minutes and go through the survey, okay? And then we'll see how you respond and what this room is collectively saying. So I see 51 people already joined. So if others can also please scan and join in. And you can scan the one on the table as well if you like. Yep, good. see some people have completed. The way I will know is if you put your cell phones down, then I'll know you're done, right? Yeah. But we'll give it another minute, minute and a half for others. So 110 out of 135 completed. Maybe another 30 seconds. Okay. If you're doing it, you can continue to do it. Let's say maybe another 10 seconds, we will move on. All right. So I have 135 valid, 122, 123 completed results. I'm gonna show. I don't know what's next, and what you've said, but we'll collectively take a look at it, right? And that's how we'll understand what this is, of course. So answers are still coming in. So scan is still in progress. So let's see, we have 48% senior managers, 23% C-suite, and then we have 3% board directors. So we've got a very good mix of people. From an energy perspective, 51% upstream, and then you can see the mix. So helps us to interpret what these results are, right? So let's take a look at what you are saying and what is important. So from a priority perspective, wow. So the critical gap are leadership and talent, as in the Murray presentation, right? That was a critical aspect to work on. After the vision, which is of course leadership, one of the key things that they worked on in their journey is also, in the transformation journey, was also talent capital. Brand is, you're collectively saying, maybe something that is over invested, which is of course part of it is community and so forth. And then most of the others lie in blind spot. That's what the room is saying. So interesting, right? So priority. From the leaders sitting up here in the room, is that surprising you, or is that something that is only validating what you already know? It's validating for you what you already know, right? Okay, because you know your organizations and industry well. And what the FRI does, of course, in detail, and each section has various subsegments, gives organizations and, of course, with industry benchmarks, insights in terms of where you are and what the priorities may be, and specifically actionable insights in terms of what you can do about it. Now, a point that I would like to make at this stage before we see the next slide of results is I'm going to ask you if you can bring your hands forward, because this is something we have to do together, right? We have to do this together as an industry. Of course, you get benchmarks from outside the industry, but within the industry. So Do we believe that we can do something together? Do we believe that? Energy sector, come on, this is playing for pride. I'm going to inspect what we expect, okay? Do we believe we can do something together? Yes? I'm going to ask you to do something together. By the way, I'm fully jet lagged, 10 hours behind you in time zone at the moment. But I'm going to ask you to do something together. So if you bring your hands forward, just bring your hands forward, everybody, right? And I'm going to ask you to clap together just once, but together, okay? Not clap, but just clap together once, but we have to do it together, okay? Can we do it? Okay, let's go. Okay. Allow me, because we're talking about leadership, allow me to lead for just 1 minute, and I'm going to add some method to this one. I'm going to say 3, 2, 1, go. And as soon as I say go, we will all clap together. Also, hands 1 foot apart, because some people have hands like this, some like this. So let's, try to do this together. We're playing for pride. Energy sector, Pakistan and Turkey, friends, right? So 1 foot apart. Actually, some people are kind of sitting back, which is fine. But just for 1 minute, if you can just come forward, just get into the zone, just be focused. We have to do it together, okay? Now, I will repeat. I will say 3, 2, 1, go. And as soon as I say go, we will clap together, okay? When will you clap? When I say go. Not at 1. When I say go, okay? People at the back, when will you clap? When I say? Thank you very much. Okay, let's do this. This is energy sector. Share, this is measurement right here, right? Okay, let's see if we can do this. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Playing for pride, I said all of that just to make sure. Yes, absolutely. The leader misled you, right? Because, why did you do it? Because I said something else and I did something else. Is that right? And people hear what the leader does more than what the leader says, correct? And one of the biggest challenges, and we work with organizations for the last 2.5 decades across the world. To me, this is one of the biggest challenges for any organization. If we can collectively, not just one person, but we can collectively have leadership say the same thing and do that thing, right? So leadership capital being the biggest blind spot within the industry, and you're saying you're not surprised, the insights have to be actionable, right? So we have to go down into each aspect of this. I'm very curious, what are you going to say in the next one? The biggest gap, and this is importance minus readiness, is being shown on the screen, right? So what you just rated as important minus your collective readiness, or the average readiness. The biggest one here from this lens is organizational capital, and then monetary, and then leadership. Brand aligned with the previous insight, maybe is the one over-invested already. You feel that you're doing well in terms of community and trust and so forth, which is fantastic. So, and then we have to study what aspects of organizational capital do we need to work on, or your organization needs to work on further, right? Great. So we're saying in terms of, it's a flat line, which is a unique thing. It's a unique thing, a flat line. And what we're saying is that we are at a structured level in terms of maturity across 3 time horizons. On average, that's what we're saying in the room. Of course, some organizations will be more mature, this tells me, and then some will be less. But at an industry level, this is where we are. So if you scored yourself more than 3 or less than 3, then you already know where you are in terms of the average collective in the room. On the right, what we're saying is that we need to spend more time, the question was more time, in all 3 time horizons. So leaders must spend more time in terms of strategic alignment and execution and implementation across all three time horizons. Also very balanced, which is great. If I asked you another question, in the previous slide, it showed in the previous presentation, very insightful presentation, by the way. It showed Jeff Bezos, right? So I'm going to ask you a question about Jeff. I'm going to give you two projects. One is fictitious and one is real that Jeff is working on right now as a leader of an organization and maybe multiple industries. With a raise of hands, I'm going to ask you which one is the one I just made up and which one is he actually working on, okay? Project A. Project A is actually energy project, and the project is to take rockets into space with batteries, fill those batteries up with solar energy through solar satellites, because it is never really dark in space, and there's no limitation of land where you can put solar. So you take all that solar energy, you bring it back to Earth, and then you go back and bring the energy back. So that's project A, okay? And then project B is surveillance as a service. So all the drones that Amazon is going to use, and they now got permissions in many places to deliver product. They will have cameras on those drones, and governments will be able to use those cameras for surveillance as a service, and they'll provide that as a service to the government. So that's project B. I'm going to ask you to raise your hands. How many people in the room think that project A, and you cannot raise your hands on both, okay? So how many people feel that project A is the actual project that he's working on? Raise your hands. Okay, so I'm going to make a guesstimate, maybe 5% of the room. Okay. How many people feel that project B is a project that he's working on? I'm going to make a guesstimate about 30% of the room, which tells me that about 60% of the room is not answering the question. There's no secret option C, right? But the right option is actually project A. He's working on project A. Fewer people raise their hands on project A. So that's an actual project that he's working on. Now I'm going to ask you, which time horizon is that in, right? From Amazon's perspective, that's day after, right? And the more senior leaders are working on day after, the more they are securing their organization's readiness and preparedness for the future. So it's interesting that everyone is collectively saying that 52% of the people are saying that leaders should spend more time on day after, and then 56% on tomorrow, and then more time even on today. So that's very interesting. Again, insights from the room. Now, what most limits us in terms of future readiness and preparing for the future? You are saying things mostly in our control, things mostly outside sometimes our control. Speed of decision-making wins, right? So again, since the morning, even the minister talked about this, speed of decision-making, so very interesting and validates. And then absence of clear long-term strategy, and then so on and so forth. Of course, 63% policy and regulatory uncertainty, so if there's still people from the government in the room, maybe, of course, they're already working on it and you're working hard with them. So those are some of the insights. Now as more organizations participate, and of course, Sharian and their team will be discussing it with you and your organizations individually. I also want to share with you what you get. Oh, wait. So 3.2 out of 5 is the maturity level within the room. Again, your particular organization, your team, and yourself, you could be at a different level. But that is the high level, 130 people from the industry. That's what you're saying. Now, what do you get? For every organization gets an FRO, which is a Future Ready Organization report, a detailed report, and insights. Every leader that will participate from within that organization gets an FRL, which is a Future Ready Leader, and also, of course, for the industry, Future Readiness Rankings. So in the next conference next year, we will have organizations and their Future Readiness Rankings. So that's the one thing that, of course, Chair wanted me to share with you, that we've partnered, and of course, industry players. We will be bringing this to industry players so you can get your own insights and details. So I will stop here now. If you have any thoughts, questions, and suggestions, if you want to share them, otherwise we move on. Any thoughts, questions from anyone, or suggestions? Now or later? I think I'll be here till lunch. But if not, then thank you very much for your time and your insights. It was great seeing some of the people again, and also great making the friends in the morning. Very insightful, Chair. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Mir, for giving us such a great time with your interactive session. Really inspiring. With this, we come to the end of the interactive presentations. Excellent presentations all around. Again, a huge round of applause for all the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, an important part of this conference will be 4 panel discussion sessions. One right now, and the next 3 after the break. And these panel discussions will feature local and international energy experts with their insights and viewpoints on different yet interrelated topics. As we will soon be setting up the stage for the panel discussions, but let me just remind you that the panel discussions will be of 40 minutes, including a 10-minute Q&A or remark session. So let's arrange the stage for the panel discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to be seated for the first panel discussion. Let's all be seated so that we can start the session on time. Okay. The first panel discussion will be on the topic of policy reforms and investment outlook for Pakistan's energy sector. And it will feature CEOs and senior managers of leading energy companies of Pakistan. Kindly be seated while I will invite each of the panelists onto the stage. I will now invite Mr. Adil Khattak, MD at Attak Refinery, as our first panelist. Mr. Adil Khattak. Okay. Let us all be seated for the panel discussions. It'll be starting very soon. I will ask all of you to be seated so that we can start the panel discussions in the next couple of minutes. Mhm. उनके set. Hmm. Sure. Alaikum sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
was in somewhere in December 2019. So with every change in the government, with even within the same political government, every change with the minister or the secretary even, things will start at times from scratch. So it has taken a long, long time, but finally this policy was approved somewhere in August 2023. And Zahid is sitting in front of me. PRL was the only refinery which agreed to sign it because other refineries we had some questions and apprehensions. Finally, it was amended somewhere in February 2024. And even almost when we were ready to sign the upgrade agreements, which we were supposed to sign with the OGRA, again, something happens with the budget of, I think it was Finance Act 2024, when they exempted the petroleum products from sales tax. And this totally made our process unviable because we couldn't adjust the tax which we pay at the input stage because the prices are fixed by the government. So it has taken almost 2 years to correct this fault. And still, only recently, finally, the amended policy has been approved. So all the refineries, we are looking forward to take up our upgradation projects. And we are hoping this will be soon signing the upgradation agreements. Maybe the secretary this morning promised me it would be done within this month. Hopefully it would be done. And once it's done, still we have a long way to go. The first challenge would be the financial close because it's huge amounts. Almost it would be bringing in about $5 to $6 billion of investment when all the refineries combined. So basically, the objective is to cut it short. The objective of the upgradation is to, one, to meet Euro 5 specifications to make our products more environment friendly. Because currently the refineries are producing like ranging from Euro 2, maybe even pre-Euro 2 diesel to up to Euro 3 mostly. So this would be one of the main objectives. And the second would be to reduce our furnace oil production, or in other words, to increase the production of our value-added products, mainly diesel and motor gasoline. Currently, Pakistan is importing about 70% of our motor gasoline production is being imported currently. Only 30% is being refined locally. Diesel, currently, we are meeting about 60 to 70% of the country demand, locally produced diesel. So hopefully this upgradation would enable the refineries to meet almost 90 to 100% of our diesel demand. And motor gasoline import would also be drastically reduced, hopefully. And the furnace oil currently is, we are facing a big challenge in terms of furnace oil, because last year or before that, the government imposed very heavy petroleum levies on furnace oil, and of course carbon support levies too, which sort of made it unviable for the local industry to use furnace oil. So the refineries have currently been forced to export furnace oil at a loss, in fact, especially Attic refinery, because we have to transport it all the way to Karachi for exporting it. So once this is reduced, this would also help the refineries as well. So to cut it short, we are looking forward to upgrade the refineries, inshallah, and we hope to sign the agreements pretty soon now.
Okay. I would like to ask the same question to Mr. Zahir Alam. Again, what are the critical challenges E&P companies, including UNP, face in Pakistan?
Uh, Thank you. Thank you for having me on this panel. So the upstream is a kind of unique industry. It's not like the kind of other industries where you can go out, have a bankable project, and you run the project. The upstream industry is altogether different, where the investor has to put up the capital from their own pocket to find the new oil and gas. And this requires a long-term visibility as to how we're going to recover the investment. Uh, the two areas that are fairly important for us to understand and have a better clarity. One is the predictability and the consistency of the policies, and the other one is honoring the contract, sanctity of the contract, and stability of the environment that we work in. Unfortunately, we do have a kind of like challenges on both these areas, on the predictability part as well as consistency part, and on the side of contractual sanctity as well as on the stability of the environment that we work. The other area that also is important is for us to be able to see as to how we bring down the cost of doing the business, and that really requires some ease of doing the business from the regulatory standpoint, where the effort need to really focus more on compliance rather than on control. And that's where I guess we should really have a much better investor-friendly environment if we work on these areas.
Okay, since we're in the upstream sector, Khattak, what is the importance your firm gives to digitization and technology in order to, upgrade your infrastructure as well as your service delivery? What are some of the initiatives ARL has taken?
So whatever that we do, Dr. Nveed talked about the 5 Ps, Aswar talked about the 3S. We work with the 4 Ps. We have people, plant, and processes. That are the kind of the areas that we focus on when you talk about the people, how to really make the people future ready. That's what we focus on. When we talk about the plant, I talk about the kind of whatever technology that we run. They're top of the line technology, and these are the technologies that really help us create the kind of like environment that really take the people to the highest level of efficiency. And we talk about the process, when we talk, the agile processes that we run that help us really do the quick decision making. And all of this add into the performance. And when we talk about the performance, we talk about the efficiencies, how to really get the decision taken. And particularly in our organization, where we focus, we put premium on timely decisions, making kind of sure that we have we have the kind of all the works being done in accordance with the kind of standard processes. So that's where we are focusing on bringing in technology, all the areas, the people, the plant and the processes, and producing an efficient output.
Okay, Khatak, what is your take on the importance of digitization and technology to help boost the performance and service delivery?
Of course, technology matters a lot. In fact, this upgradation, as I mentioned, is basically to bring in the most modern technology. Already refineries are pretty updated in Pakistan. Like we have almost all refineries have distributed control system, totally computerized control in the operations as well as in technical services department as well. And we are using very advanced softwares for planning even our refinery processes. Now we are further looking up. Currently, digitization is in a big way being implemented in the oil sector, both in the refineries as well as the oil marketing companies. And we would soon be linked with the OGRA system with a dashboard. So that would be, this would enable them to keep a track of all the movement of all the products, even our stocks levels on a daily or hourly basis. And this would definitely improve in keeping track of things. So definitely in the oil sector as a whole, even upstream, downstream, midstream, everything is totally dependent on technology. Now with the advent of artificial intelligence, we have already started working on that. We have, in our refinery, we have a task force working on that. So we are trying to bring in and make use of that capabilities also. And we are focusing on training of our human resource as well. So we are actively involved in bringing in latest technology and digitalization.
Okay, we're privileged to be joined by two representatives from the gas utility sector, Sayyid Jawad Naseem, who's the SGM SNGPL, and Mr. Amin Rajput, Managing Director, SSGC, who is online with us. I would ask the similar question to Mr. Amin Rajput, that what are the main challenges faced by the gas sector in Pakistan, especially with regards to local gas and LNG imports in the country? Mr. Amin Rajput.
Ji Imran, Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Am I audible? Imran, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. First of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Thanks to PIP for giving me the opportunity, and my apologies for not being there. I could not make it due to some emergent requirement here. You know, the downstream challenges are many, but the biggest is the actually depletion scenario of the gases. And there is 5 to 8% gas supply being depleted to the country. So, you know, making the load management with that is a real big challenge. But despite all this, and particularly with this war scenario in the last 6 months, both the SWE companies, you know, ensure that the gas supplies to their customers should be, you know, sustainable. So biggest challenge for SWE companies is the availability of gas. But at the same time, with the lot of efforts, particularly heavy investment on the technology, automation, and making the infrastructure available and also upgrade, they are ensuring to make supply sustainable to the end customers. I just emphasize here that in the last 6 months in the war scenario, when really we had a challenge that the imported gases were not available or available to a very limited volumes, still the more emphasis was on the power sector and on the fertilizer sector, you know, to ensure that the country should not suffer in this difficult period, and ultimately we successfully manage this. The biggest challenge is the supplies of the gas in depletion scenario. But I think, as Minister Saab said in the morning, now the circular debt issue has been restricted at least, and both SWE companies are making payments to ENP companies on time. So we are sure that the ENP companies have become very vibrant, and as Fahim Saab in the morning mentioned, that the not only Mari but all E&P companies are very active, and a lot of blocks have been allocated to them, and their activities are very aggressive at the moment. So we look forward that this scenario of depletion will be compensated well in the future, and I think local gases, which are more cheaper and more sustainable, will replace the imported gases. So with this, like, we look forward that this challenge will be over.
Okay, thanks. Jawad Saab, since you are the same sector, again, what are the critical challenges SNGPL face or the gas sector faces? Yeah, yeah. Mike.
He has covered already most of the issues that we are confronting. I will focus more on the gas demand supply dynamics and some of the challenges which we have been facing in this regard. What has been happening is that there is a huge shift as far as gas consumption is concerned, for which, obviously we had imported LNG. Power sector has been one of our biggest consumers of the LNG. But what we are seeing in the last several years is that because of the devaluations, the LNG price has become dearer. So they have actually ended up shifting to either coal, on which there is no environmental levies and stuff like that, for producing cheaper electricity. What that has done for us is that has actually left us with the surplus LNG to tackle. So that has been our probably the biggest challenge, because the cargoes are going to keep on coming up. The GOP has done a pretty good job, I think, and we feel that we are close to a point where we will find a resolution to this continuous accumulation of diversion of gas and non-utilization of LNG, and so on and so forth. So I think we are moving in the right direction. That has been one. Sorry, that has been one huge challenge that we have faced. Secondly, what has also been happening is that during the last several months, especially since the war situation in Middle East is going on, it has been extremely difficult to meet the demand of all the sectors while keeping the economic wheel running. With the assistance of the GOP, we have been able to provide continuous supply to industry and all other sectors, which I think has been a huge achievement given the situation and the circumstances that we have faced. Other than that, there are some similar issues that both of us are facing, both the gas companies. I mean, we have older networks, we have leaking pipelines. Those are some of the menaces. We have incorporated advanced technological and digitization measures to detect maintenance and leakages. AI is also being used for the similar purpose as well. But that is an ongoing process. We have been able to reduce our line losses from 9% to around 5% over the period of last 4 to 5 years. Still, there is room for reduction, and we are trying to focus more and more on digitization and AI for achieving the overall objectives that we are, that we hope to get there.
Okay, I mean, sir, Jawad Sahab has already touched on the issue of UFG, line losses. So in terms of UFG, which has affected your bottom line, what are the measures that you've taken recently, which has also improved the accounts, the bottom line, the financial figures? Can you hear? Amin Saab, can you hear?
Imran, can you please repeat? Can you please repeat?
Jawad Saab has touched on the issue
but there was some...
Jawad Saab has touched on the issue of UFG, or line losses, which has affected your bottom line. So what measures have you taken to improve on the UFG figures in the recent times?
Okay, just to add first, the challenges you mentioned, I think the biggest challenge along with the depletion scenario is the domestic sector, gas supply to domestic sector. Both SUI companies have together almost 10 million customers, and with the distribution network of almost 200,000 kilometers, it's a biggest challenge. With this, and when our regulator is also very strict about the benchmarking, the UFG, to make it benchmarking with the international standards, it's a real challenge for three companies to remain viable. We are fact you that the last 17%, and almost 70 BCF, and we have now bring it to 12%. But last year it was 11% and 32 BCF. So there's a 40 BCF reduction per year in UFG, and this only happened because of the lot of factors and a lot of efforts done. But still, the issue is that some of the decisions they actually affect the three companies' performance so much that recently, this captive power situation where the captive has been reduced significantly. So when more gas going to the domestic sector, then it's really very tough for the three companies to make the commercially viable. Efforts are being done, but again, with Balochistan scenario, because when the temperatures are below the freezing point, and we have to provide gas 24 hours, there is a space heating requirement for them. So these challenges for the downstream, sometime, despite all these efforts, make these three companies still on the verge of liquidity concerns. So this is an ongoing, and there is a lot of support from the federal government on all these areas, and we are working how to remain commercially viable despite providing sustainable gas supplies to domestic sector over such a big network.
Okay, Jawad sahab, we've been hearing a lot about unbundling of the three companies. There's a lot of talk about unbundling for a long time. So if that happens, how will unbundling affect the SNGPL and the gas sector as a whole?
Okay.
Will it give the intended results?
The gas companies have always supported the reform process. There are different, there are different proposals which had been going on for quite some time, and we had been working with the government on that. Firstly, I must tell you that many of the indicators that have been established as far as gradual unbundling is concerned, we have actually been able to achieve some of them already. For example, we were supposed to let go about 20% of our industrial sales, so on and so forth. That is already up to 30%. Over 100 MMCFD of gas in our system is already being transported or is going to be transported on a third-party basis. So those are some of the major milestones which are already listed in the way the gradual reform process, I won't call it unbundling, the gradual reform process is going to take place. And we are working towards the targets that has been established. We are already, accounting refencing has taken place since a long time ago. And with all the TBS introduced by us, over 6,500 of them, each one of them have become a separate cost center. So we are really going ahead and micromanaging our cost centers and ensuring to bring efficiencies into our system while using the technology as the main cornerstone. We have been able to implement GIS. We can now see where our lines are leaking better. We can address those key areas. We can address those areas from the TBSs because we have broken down our system. So all of those are the things that are actually improving the overall management of the organization. And yes, we have over 100 MMCFD of gas, while the total gas that we get from system is around 800 MMCFD, and most of it goes to domestic sector. So over 30% of our gas in respect of industrial sector, which pays the full LNG tariff, is already or is in the process of being shifted to third-party supplying gas.
Okay. Means up, same question to you, especially what are the reforms SGC has taken over the years or over the last few years in order to improve its efficiency and performance? The key reforms.
Imran, we had been working with the World Bank on the gas sector reform since 2016. And there were three major agenda of the World Bank. One was the third-party access, networking code, and the unbundling of sweet companies. So two of the items have been already materialized, the third-party access has become the reality, and networking codes also has been issued by the rules have been issued by the OGRA. But unbundling is a little bit critical issue actually, because of unbundling these three companies and then distribution companies into it needs a lot of legal reforms, and it needs a lot of legislation also. So we are working with World Bank, and let's see how it will work otherwise. But we are very aggressively, as Minister Saab also mentioned in his speech, that we are working with World Bank on the gas sector reforms, and unbundling is one of the one of the part of the overall gas sector reforms.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also joined by Ms. Mavish Khan, Director, National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Authority. So for the uninitiated, Ms. Mavish, what is the objective of NISA to start with?
So I think the objective of NICA just generally is we're working on energy efficiency and conservation. And my job specifically is to work on the conservation side of things, so it's more behavioral.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right, we often talk about energy sector reforms in terms of tariffs, regulation, and investment, but implementation ultimately depends on the people and markets responding. So, how important are awareness, stakeholder engagement, and behavioral change in turning energy efficiency policy into measurable results?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, I'm a comms person, so I actually think it's very important. Because look, you can have a really great policy, but people need to be able to understand it. The market needs to be able to trust it. So what my job essentially is to take that technical policy and to find the unique value proposition within it for each of my audiences. Okay. And then I package it, and I try to move people through that arc from awareness to action, right? So now all of this is definitely made much easier when stakeholder engagement begins early. So within the policy-making process itself, I should understand what the challenges are, what the barriers are, what opportunities lie within, because, essentially we can't just launch a reform and then ask everybody else to just conform to it. So the process needs to be participatory, it needs to be iterative, and the other thing that I'm also looking at is, are we measuring the right things, right? So I think usually what happens is you launch a website, you launch a campaign, or you post a video, and everybody's kind of focused on how many times it has been viewed, how many times it's been liked. But my job is essentially to make sure that, that actually translates into other actions, right? So how many people actually signed up for the fan replacement program? How many people switched out their fan? How many units of energy are being saved, right? Sort of to loop back to what you were saying. So I think really the success of any reform really has to do with the people, with the decisions that they make and how you influence that, and then really how the market decides to take that forward.
Okay, before we open the floor to the questions, I would like you to just add in 1 minute about the topic itself. If you could just add on to something on the policy reforms and investment outlook.
LNG, RLNG has been mentioned a couple of times.
Mike.
You see, interestingly, like say 10, 15 years back, the prediction was that the power demand is going to increase like anything, the local gas is depleting down. So it was advocated and it was felt that we have to go for import of RLNG. So terminals were set up and long-term contracts were signed, all that's a reality. On the other side, we went for setting up power plants based on imported coal, but it had already been proved that third coal was there and very much usable for power generation. So these are kind of blunders which we have committed, and we are suffering the consequences because of that. Now coming back to the RLNG thing, You see, when they impose these very high levies on furnace oil, and which made it unviable for the local industry and power sector to use furnace oil. So currently, because especially because the war situation, we are on one side, we're importing extremely expensive RLNG. On the other side, we have been forced to export furnace oil. And believe me, like I've done some calculation on that, and it would be much cheaper to use furnace oil instead of importing expensive furnace oil. Even if you include all these levies, it still is right now at this moment of time, it's cheaper to use furnace oil. So these kind of things, has been happening. Then we couldn't manage when the solar energy revolution was happening. We couldn't foresee that. So the demand on grid is going down on the other one hand. So we have been advocating with the government that they should reduce or remove these levies on furnace oil. And as long as the refineries are producing, at least the local furnace oil should be, the power sector and the industry should be enabled to use the local furnace oil. This was one point I would have liked to make and be conveyed at least for one of the recommendations from this forum.
Okay, Zahir Alam Sahab, any observation that you would like to make?
Well, to my mind, the thing that is more important is the clarity as what we are trying to do. If we are going for the market reforms and keep on really tinkering with the tariffs, and the case in point is, in fact, the captive power, which has been burdened with the additional tariff for whatever reason that might really be. But this is distorting the market. If you distort the market and expect the market to respond to the consumer behavior differently, that's not going to happen. So your policy should really be transparent. It should really be unbiased. It should really be the fuel that based on the fuel that is more competitive. So the market should not really get some kind of signal that is other than the market forces. Tariffs should not really be the driver for generating revenues. Tariffs should really be to really make cheap and affordable fuels or the energy sources available. I'm not advocating whether it should be hydrocarbon. It should be a kind of balance of everything. Whoever provides the cheaper energy to the consumers at an affordable price, that should really stay. But let the market forces play into it rather than artificial tariff setting making this happening, and you end up destroying one particular segment. That is one piece I would like to really highlight. The other piece that I would like to highlight is the intrusive regulatory interferences. When you really see market forces not really been allowed to determine the future course of action, it is the regulatory framework that really comes into play, then you also see the market distortion happening. So I would like to really add these two things, the tariffs and the regulatory interference, that should not really be playing a big part. Let the market really take its own share.
Okay, Abin Saab, same question to you. Any point that you would like to highlight in order to improve the gas sector? Any issue that you would like to bring about in this gathering?
I think I agree with what Adil Saab and what Zahir has said, that the market forces should define rather than the policies. And what Zahir has said, that one of the decision imposing levy on the CPPs or captive power has really actually changed the whole scenario, where the bulk customer has been reduced significantly, and both three companies impacted. Another important factor is the circular debt. And I think the way federal government is now working on it, it should, if it goes like this, that the revenue requirements of three companies are met constantly. So it will be helping both E&P companies and the whole overall sector commercially viable. Regulators also has to understand the environment where these companies are working. So the ground realities are very important. Even though regulators are engaging consultants to for benchmarking the efficiencies of the particularly downstream function, but ground realities are very important. When you are asking sweet companies to provide gas to the sectors or to the areas where are the huge losses, then the factor should be factored in. Otherwise, the commercial viability of these companies will be compromised. The most important is that these both sui companies are operating an infrastructure of 200,000 kilometers. So, and at the same time, they are SOEs, but they are listed on stock exchange. So, their commercial viability is very important. Even so, in the last, I would say at least 1 or 2 years, the regulators have become very, prompt in taking the decisions, whether it's a pricing decision, whether it's the determination of the revenue requirements, even if it is SECP for providing the, overall environment. So things have improved significantly, but still highly regulated environment impact the operating condition for the particularly downstream function a lot, which need to be looked at. Thank you.
Jawad Saab, if you would like to add on to what Amin Saab has just said.
Sure, I agree with obviously all the friends. Let me add this thing. Most important thing is that there has to be continuity of policies. Uh, okay, this is fine that we go ahead and we set up 4 power plants with massive investments and we imported LNG. Then somewhere down the line, if that was the decision which was made, shifting things to coal and shifting captive far away from the gas companies basically meant shaving off like 400 to 500 mmcfd of our total consumption there and then. So we can't do that once we enter into long-term contracts. So those are the things that if we stick to the policies that we have made, then you would see that there would be less and less economic losses that we incur otherwise while trying to plug the holes. And at the same time, I'm also a strong advocate of having environmental levies. Just because something feels different feels cheaper at this point in time, what matters is that everybody is shifting away from dirtier fuels. And if we want to tap into environmental funding and so on and so forth, we kind of seem to be going against the tide. So that has to actually factor somewhere so that real kind of tariff signals can be given. Uh, and yes, all the points raised by my learned friends are absolutely correct.
Okay, if any of the one from the audience has any remarks or any questions, we have 5 minutes. Just a couple of questions.
Hello. Yeah, so I have a question for Ms. Khan from NICA. So given the platform that we represent and given the oil and gas industry here, how better do you think we can engage with NICA and NICA engage with our industry in order to accomplish the objectives that NICA has and of course eventually the industry has as well to improve efficiency and conserve energy and make the best use of energy. So what type of engagements do you currently have and how can we help you to expand those engagements with the oil and gas industry? Thanks.
Sure. So I think Nika is right now in a very interesting space in which we are trying to improve a lot just internally. So for example, we do have a number of flagship initiatives, right? So we have MEPS, minimum energy performance standards. We work on the energy conservation building code. And then we also have the mandate of EV charging stations, essentially. So some of these things are, they have been developed. Some of them are in the developing stage. Some of these things are, working on bringing all of the stakeholders together. So for example, with the energy conservation building code, I'm currently working with a number of architects and town planners on how we move all of this forward. So I think, we would be very open to having a conversation. How we would take it forward, I mean, I think it would just really depend on the objectives that we both have.
Any other question or remarks?
Hello. I have a question about energy efficiency and conservation. Is there any policy for energy labeling of energy sensitive appliances and equipments? And secondly, is there any benchmarking for energy index for benchmarking the energy index for transportation of energy, whichever is the most efficient and less energy consuming as percentage of energy transported through certain mode of the
Okay, so
transportation?
I'm not a technical person, but I do have somebody in the staff, or sorry, from our staff who is here who would be able to better answer that question. Rushan, can you try? Can she get a mic?
Because the efficiency and conservation will relates to the efficiency of the equipments or devices which are energy sensitive and consuming energy continuously. If we focus on that and label on that, then we define some policy to allow certain efficiency which is marketable in the market. So, and second is most consumption of energy is during transportation. That is also a area of focus so that we can focus on it to allow best efficiency transportation mode for the transportation of energy.
Sure. Rushan?
So, yes, sir. Hello. We are working on Pakistan energy label regulations for fans, LEDs, refrigerators, AC, and motors. And we have built some SROs according to our regulations. So yes, you can apply for your any appliances, for example, any LED, AC, or motor if your efficiency or lab measurements are according to our SROs. So we issue you a certificate and we have some labels for them. So yes, you can go and check our website there. All regulations and proper information is mentioned there. So thank you.
All right. Yeah. Yes.
I would like to respond to this last question about efficiency monitoring or indexation. I think the gentleman.
Yes, sir.
If you could just give me a minute, I just want to respond to the earlier question. So like in our sector, in the refining sector, there are international standards available on energy uses, depending on the complexity and configuration of a process plant or a refinery. So international standards are available. And especially, I would, in our case, we have adopted this ISO 50001 standard, which is basically for energy management. So this is one good way of monitoring your own use or energy efficiency in one's plant. Thank you.
Okay, we have time for just one more question. Yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm working as a legal advisor gas. So I have a question with Mr. Amin Rajput, sir. So, sir, you have mentioned that while unbundling the sweet companies, so you have faced certain challenges like policy reforms, legal challenges. So, can you highlight some challenges and policy reforms?
Am I audible? Imran, can you hear me?
Right now, yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. See, the issue is actually unbundling sweet company is a very many times that we could have one transmission company and 4 provincial company. And then there will be shareholding issues also because both of the SUI companies are the SOEs with the majority shareholding with the federal government. So bringing all the provinces on board and is the biggest challenge. And bringing how the transmission distribution network shareholding will be distributed, that is going to be a biggest challenge. So, when things are like going to the provinces and between the federal government, and also the World Bank has certain, success stories and certain lessons also around the globe. So these are the challenges, and federal government is lower stage. but ultimately it could not become reality because of these challenges. Bringing everybody on board and then making it a reality, as well as to ensure, as I mentioned, that for Sui Southern particularly, Balochistan supplying gas supply to Balochistan and making it a commercial transaction is a real challenge, because supplying gas to Balochistan is more of a socio-economic agenda rather than a commercial venture. So, when you are unbundling, so you have to look at these two provinces like KPK or Balochistan, the commercial viability of that particular distribution company, how the shareholding will work, who will take the socio-economic agenda part and who will take the commercial part. So, there are challenges. This is not an easy subject. And since inception, because there are the whole supply chain of the gas supplies is with two Sui companies. One is looking after the south two provinces and the other one is the north. So that's going to be really challenging and not easy to implement. But we are working. Let's see in the past the power like segregated into CPPA, NTDC, DISCOs, GENCOs. So there are a lot of lessons learned there also. And we had been talking to World Bank also that the lessons learned in that unbundling should be, incorporated here. So this is a little bit challenging as well as critical subject also. Thank you.
Okay. With this, we come to the end of the panel discussion number one. Thank you, esteemed panelists, for your time and for your views. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Before we take a break, we have time for one more presentation. And this is a presentation by Mr. Muhammad Ali, CTIO Sky 47, on the subject of powering Pakistan's digital revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Muhammad Ali.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's a pleasure to be
diesel and motor.
We would like to show you a brief video. As they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So I hope it's a bit worth more than that. Can we have the video, please? I guess they need to clear the chairs, so we'll have to wait for a minute. It's okay. It's good. I think people can see. Just leave it. Okay. So I think we can start. Sorry for this delay. So as you may have guessed, Sky 47 has recently launched the largest data center of Pakistan. And this is a critical step in taking control of Pakistan's digital destiny. In the next few slides, I'll explain exactly why that is. Can we come to the next slide? As we all are aware, data centers are the foundation layer of digital infrastructure. Globally, there are around 12,000 data centers with around 114 gigawatts of capacity. Majority share of these data centers are with US and China. There's a very well-established fact based on various studies that there's a direct correlation between data centers, digital infrastructure, and a country's GDP. So if we invest in a 100 megawatt data center capacity, it has an impact of around 0.78% in terms of local GDP growth. If we come to the next slide. When it comes to Pakistan, there's a big gap. Our population is around 3% of the world. Our data center capacity and number is not even 0.3%. So there's a 10x gap when it comes to where our data center capacity should be, which means we are far behind in terms of our capacity to deploy world-class digital infrastructure, and this then becomes a major choke point for our GDP growth. If we come to the next slide. This is exactly why Sky 47 is a very critical milestone for Pakistan. Just by launching our first data center in Islamabad with a 8.5 megawatt capacity, we have increased the national data center footprint by 23%. In the next 2 to 3 years, we plan to deploy more data centers in Lahore and in Karachi, effectively doubling Pakistan's data center capacity. Of course, with the direct linkage to the local GDP, this is a very critical milestone and a very important project for Pakistan. If we come to the next slide. So I would just like to highlight a few industry firsts which Sky 47 data centers are bringing into Pakistan. Of course, these are the first hyperscale facilities in Pakistan which have 1,000 plus rack capacity from day one, modular campus design for future expansion. We have true sovereign AI, so the entire value chain from the data center, high density racks, till the software, GPUs, everything is housed within Sky 47 campuses to serve the nation. We have very high density 50 kilowatt rack capacities with future ready direct to chip cooling available in the data center. We have extremely high efficiency closed loop chillers as well, which support free air cooling for high efficiency during the winter months. And most importantly, I would say we are perhaps the only data center of Pakistan which has gone for LEEDs compliance, showing our firm commitment towards energy and environmental sustainability. If we come to the next slide. Sustainability is a key theme around data centers, and we take pride in the fact that we have been very responsible in terms of our design and implementation. If we look at data center sustainability matrix, there are actually two major criteria. One is the power usage effectiveness, and the other is the water usage effectiveness. So the power usage effectiveness, global averages are around 1.5, 1.6. Pakistan average is around 2. Sky 47 data center campus is designed for 1.4 power usage effectiveness. What it effectively means for our 8.5 megawatt data center is that we would be saving around 25 million kilowatt hour of energy per annum. When it comes to water usage effectiveness, hyperscalers consume a lot of water in cooling. If I look at AWS, they consume around 0.12 liters of water per kilowatt hour of IT load. In Sky 47, we are using advanced air-cooled systems which are closed loop. They do not waste any water during the cooling process. So our water usage effectiveness is close to zero. What it means for a facility of our size is we would be saving 5 million liters of precious water per annum. If we come to the next slide. I guess the elephant in the room is AI. All of us use it on our mobile phones. Whenever we consume this service, of course, there's a cost in terms of foreign exchange. Most of these solutions are resided abroad, and data privacy is a challenge, maybe not for individuals, but large enterprises, of course, they cannot openly use these solutions because they are not resided in Pakistan. Sky 47 is here to fix this problem. We have already deployed a sovereign model as a service layer, which is currently in trials and demonstrations with multiple large enterprises. So what we have done is effectively, we have deployed 3 of the best open source models, DeepSeek V4, Quen, and GLM 5.2, which is one of the top 4 models in the world. They serve various needs from coding, agentic AI, deep reasoning, multilinguistic capabilities. So all these models will be able to serve a lot of industries within Pakistan with the full confidence that their data is being processed within the boundaries of the nation. If we come to the next slide. So at the end of the day, what Sky 47 is actually delivering in terms of capability, if I stitch it all together, our hyperscale is like an engine for sustained digital growth. Our 1,000 plus rack capacity will ensure you can grow massive workloads at a national level without any inhibition. Then our sovereign cloud solves the problem of data residency. The data shall be stored locally, processed locally with complete control and visibility. We have full spectrum security with monitoring and state-of-the-art security appliances deployed to ensure that every byte generated and consumed within Pakistan is secured within Pakistan. And last but not least, we have one of the largest GPU farms available in Pakistan, which shall support local model training, deployment, and consumption. All of this, of course, is there to remove any barrier for any local enterprise, large or small, to use all of their data, whether it's public data, whether it's private or confidential data, with full confidence on our stack and generate maximum value from this data. If we come to the next slide. So I'm not an oil and gas person, so I'm a fish out of water. Apologies if I misrepresent something, but I just thought we should be able to show a few use cases which are relevant to oil and gas and many other industries. Since oil and gas is a very well established industry with petabytes of data available in Pakistan, I think these two use cases would be very relevant. One is the digital twin of the field, which Fahim Saab mentioned as well. This is where, yes, individual organizations can also leverage this capability. But if we think about the bigger picture, if all of the data of Pakistani field wells, pipelines is combined in a unified layer, it becomes even much more compelling business case. So basically, you have the field data, we consume it in a software, it is stored locally, we run our AI farms to process this data and build intelligence on top of it. And then we have a complete predictive analytic layer which can help you in your planning, in your execution, during your drilling process, post-drilling ops, every stage, all the problems which the model has learned, it will effectively predict where you can run into a challenge, giving more foresight to the teams to run their planning and operations in a much better manner. If we come to the next slide. Another very powerful use case, which of course is very relevant for oil and gas as well, is knowledge mining. It's truly a force multiplier for your people. So effectively, we have a lot of brilliant people in the room. Eventually, they will retire someday, and then they take a lot of wisdom and knowledge with them, not intentionally, because humans are irreplaceable in some contexts. So what knowledge mining can deliver for you is that the judgment and wisdom doesn't leave with the person entirely. Current capabilities we can work on with the industry, leveraging our AI storage compute capability, is to actually convert all this knowledge into a common data model. And it need not be very lengthy reports, because now with the AI models, you can simply record a conversation, the model will convert it into a data point, and it will learn based on that conversation exactly what was being discussed, what the problem was. So eventually, you develop a chat assistant which becomes smarter with every engagement. Every question you ask it, it learns more, it becomes smarter. So at the end of the day, even your junior field engineers can eventually tap into this system, and they can ask for advice, and they would get like thousands of years worth of knowledge in a single interaction. So I think this is another use case which is pretty relevant for your organizations. If we come to the next slide. So of course, Sky 47 is all about taking control of our digital destiny. We believe it is more than a business. It is a passion for us, that it is a commitment to a sovereign, technologically independent, and economically thriving Pakistan. Before I sign off, the Sky 47 team is here. If any one of you is interested in any sort of discussion, what solutions we can offer, what we can work with you to develop, please let us know. Thank you so much.
I have a question. Sorry, I have a quick question. What are your pricing models on this? I mean, are they escalating usage pricing? Is it like fixed contracts? Does it become cheaper the more you use? I mean, how does it work?
It depends. So basically, the cloud services are just like you go to Amazon, you go to Google Cloud. Our cloud services have a list price that is publicly available, and based on your scale, the kind of workload you want to run. There is then different levels of discounts which can be applied. So all of this is publicly available information. And yes, we have a booth here, so we can have a detailed conversation over there as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break for lunch and prayer. I would request all of you to return to your seats by 2 p.m. sharp so that we can start the next session on time. There's also our corporate sector set up booths in the Kakisha Hall. You can also visit the hall. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Faheen Haider, for joining us today. And before we go into fiscal year 24-25, I want to look at the last few years. You took the helm of affairs in 2020, and since then we see Mari on a journey of transformation. Could you tell us about this transformative process?
Thank you, Sudha. Over the past 5 years, Mari Energies has really evolved in a larger, more efficient, and more future-ready organization. We have strengthened our core business, we have expanded our resource base, we have improved our capital efficiency, as well as at the same time we have laid foundations for our diversification into the mineral sector as well as in technology. And we have touched upon every aspect of our organization, rather it is HR, rather it is use of new technology, rather it is governance, rather it is processes and systems and procedures. And we feel we are a different organization today as we were 5 years ago.
built on the values of operational excellence, the pursuit of growth, dedication to delivery, and unwavering commitment. We are the new era of energy. OGDC, the energy.
ये धरती मट्टी गहराई अपनों से दूर बहुत लाई, फिर भी ये अपना जज्बा है, हम मुल्क को अपने बदलेंगे, खुशहाली के रंग निखरेंगे, हम बदलेंगे। ये अपनी जमी, ये अपना यकीन, हम ढूंढे खजाने ज़ेरे नशी, हर सहरा मैदान चीर दिया, गहराई से गहरा दौर पड़ा, इस नेमत को मुल्क के नाम किया, हर चेहरा खुशी से झूम उठा। ये अपनी जमी, ये अपना यकीन, हम ढूंढे खजाने ज़ेरे नशी।
Pakistan Oil and Gas Development Company Limited.
PSO has been a pioneering force in redefining the energy landscape of Pakistan by powering the land, sea and air for more than 4 decades. PSO, being the largest energy company in the country, has always been focused on strategic integration of technology and alternate energy sources to pave the way for a greener and more environmentally conscious nation. PSO has also diversified its strategic investments in order to capitalize on opportunities in an ever-evolving energy landscape. These include joint installation of marketing companies, New Islamabad International Airport, Asia Petroleum Limited, Pak Grease Manufacturing Company Limited, Pak Arab Pipeline Company, Pakistan Refinery Limited, PSO Renewable Energy Private Limited, Serisma Private Limited. As a market leader, PSO holds the largest portion of Pakistan's downstream oil sector. Our core operations encompass the procurement, both imports and local sourcing, storage and marketing of petroleum products. PSO stands as the most extensive and well-established energy company in Pakistan. With a network of 3,600 plus retail outlets, always at the forefront of adapting to technologies and integrating eco-friendly energy solutions with an underlying dedication to sustainable energy practices, PSO is the forerunner in elevating the nation's fuel standards to Euro 5 for motor gasoline and high-speed diesel, while being the pioneer in introducing electric vehicle charging facilities across Pakistan. With the PSO steadfastly commits to promoting a more sustainable future by ensuring a harmonious balance between economic growth, environmental preservation, and social well-being.
Sound check. 1. Hello. Hello. Check. 1, 2. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. 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 1. Hello. Hello.
At the southern limit of the lower Indus Basin, PPL looked beyond the known, turning a frontier geological concept into a landmark discovery. Extending the onshore petroleum system towards the shallow, offshore, unlocking prospectivity that had hardly been explored. Shifting tides, marshland, difficult access. Every ton of equipment moved across the transition zone. Through innovative planning, indigenous technical expertise, and collaboration across disciplines, PPL turned those challenges into a successful exploration campaign. The milestone reflects the far-reaching vision of Honorable Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mir Muhammad Shehbaz Sharif, implemented under the able leadership of Federal Petroleum Minister Ali Pervez Malik, enabling exploration in untapped, challenging frontiers. This achievement was made possible with the invaluable support of the Pakistan Navy, and participation of joint venture partner GHPL. Dolphin X1 may be that well, and the next chapter of Pakistan's energy journey may begin here. At the southern limit of the lower Indus Basin, PPL looked beyond the known, turning a frontier geological concept into a landmark discovery. Extending the onshore petroleum system towards the shallow, offshore, unlocking prospectivity that had hardly been explored. Shifting tides, marshland, difficult access. Every ton of equipment moved across the transition zone. Through innovative planning, indigenous technical expertise, and collaboration across disciplines, PPL turned those challenges into a successful exploration campaign. The milestone reflects the far-reaching vision of Honorable Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mir Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif, implemented under the able leadership of Federal Petroleum Minister Ali Pervez Malik, enabling exploration in untapped, challenging frontiers. This achievement was made possible with the invaluable support of the Pakistan Navy, and participation of joint venture partner GHPL. Dolphin X1 may be that well, and the next chapter of Pakistan's energy journey may begin here. At the southern limit of the lower Indus Basin, PPL looked beyond the known, turning a frontier geological concept into a landmark discovery. Extending the onshore petroleum system towards the shallow, offshore, unlocking prospectivity that had hardly been explored. Shifting tides, marshland, difficult access. Every ton of equipment moved across the transition zone. Through innovative planning, indigenous technical expertise, and collaboration across disciplines, PPL turned those challenges into a successful exploration campaign. The milestone reflects the far-reaching vision of Honorable Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mir Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif, implemented under the able leadership of Federal Petroleum Minister Ali Pervez Malik, enabling exploration in untapped, challenging frontiers. This achievement was made possible with the invaluable support of the Pakistan Navy, and participation of joint venture partner GHPL. Dolphin X1 may be that well, and the next chapter of Pakistan's energy journey may begin here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Faheen Haider, for joining us today. And before we go into fiscal year 24-25, I want to look at the last few years. You took the helm of affairs in 2020, and since then we see MARI on a journey of transformation. Could you tell us about this transformative process?
Thank you, Sudha. Over the past 5 years, Mari Energies has really evolved in a larger, more efficient, and more future-ready organization. We have strengthened our core business, we have expanded our resource base, we have improved our capital efficiency, as well as at the same time we have laid foundations for our diversification into the mineral sector as well as in technology. And we have touched upon every aspect of our organization, rather it is HR, rather it is use of new technology, rather it is governance, rather it is processes and systems and procedures. And we feel we are a different organization today as we were 5 years ago.
Built on the values of operational excellence, the pursuit of growth, dedication to delivery, and unwavering commitment, we are the new era of energy. OGDC, the energy.
धरती मट्टी गहराई अपनों से दूर बहुत लाई, फिर भी ये अपना जज्बा है, हम मुल्क को अपने बदलेंगे, खुशहाल के रंग निखरेंगे, हम बदलेंगे। ये अपनी जमी, ये अपना यकीन, हम ढूंढे खजाने ज़ेरे नशी, हर सहरा मैदान चीर दिया, गहराई से गहरा दौर पड़ा, इस नेमत को मुल्क के नाम किया, हर चेहरा खुशी से झूम उठा, ये अपनी जमी, ये अपना यकीन, हम ढूंढे खजाने ज़ेरे नशी।
Pakistan Oil and Gas Development Company Limited.
PSO has been a pioneering force in redefining the energy landscape of Pakistan by powering the land, sea and air for more than 4 decades. PSO, being the largest energy company in the country, has always been focused on strategic integration of technology and alternate energy sources to pave the way for a greener and more environmentally conscious nation. PSO has also diversified its strategic investments in order to capitalize on opportunities in an ever-evolving energy landscape. These include joint installation of marketing companies, New Islamabad International Airport, Asia Petroleum Limited, Pak Grease Manufacturing Company Limited, Pak Arab Pipeline Company, Pakistan Refinery Limited, PSO Renewable Energy Private Limited, Serisma Private Limited. As a market leader, PSO holds the largest portion of Pakistan's downstream oil sector. Our core operations encompass the procurement, both imports and local sourcing, storage, and marketing of petroleum products. PSO stands as the most extensive and well-established energy company in Pakistan. With a network of 3,600 plus retail outlets, always at the forefront of adapting to technologies and integrating eco-friendly energy solutions with an underlying dedication to sustainable energy practices, PSO is the forerunner in elevating the nation's fuel standards to Euro 5 for motor gasoline and high-speed diesel, while being the pioneer in introducing electric vehicle charging facilities across Pakistan. With the PSO steadfastly commits to promoting a more sustainable future by ensuring a harmonious balance between economic growth, environmental preservation, and social well-being.
At the southern limit of the lower Indus Basin, PPL looked beyond the known, turning a frontier geological concept into a landmark discovery. Extending the onshore petroleum system towards the shallow, offshore, unlocking prospectivity that had hardly been explored. Shifting tides, marshland, difficult access. Every ton of equipment moved across the transition zone. Through innovative planning, indigenous technical expertise, and collaboration across disciplines, PPL turned those challenges into a successful exploration campaign. The milestone reflects the far-reaching vision of Honorable Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mir Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif, implemented under the able leadership of Federal Petroleum Minister Ali Pervez Malik, enabling exploration in untapped, challenging frontiers. This achievement was made possible with the invaluable support of the Pakistan Navy, and participation of joint venture partner GHPL. Dolphin X1 may be that well, and the next chapter of Pakistan's energy journey may begin here. At the southern limit of the lower Indus Basin, PPL looked beyond the known, turning a frontier geological concept into a landmark discovery. Extending the onshore petroleum system towards the shallow, offshore, unlocking prospectivity that had hardly been explored. Shifting tides, marshland, difficult access. Every ton of equipment moved across the transition zone. Through innovative planning, indigenous technical expertise, and collaboration across disciplines, PPL turned those challenges into a successful exploration campaign. The milestone reflects the far-reaching vision of Honorable Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mir Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif, implemented under the able leadership of Federal Petroleum Minister Ali Pervez Malik, enabling exploration in untapped, challenging frontiers. This achievement was made possible with the invaluable support of the Pakistan Navy, and participation of joint venture partner GHPL. Dolphin X1 may be that well, and the next chapter of Pakistan's energy journey may begin here. At the southern limit of the lower Indus Basin, PPL looked beyond the known, turning a frontier geological concept into a landmark discovery. Extending the onshore petroleum system towards the shallow offshore, unlocking prospectivity that had hardly been explored. Shifting tides.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. The second session of PEC 2026 is about to start with the second panel discussion. So I would request you all to be seated so that we can start the session on time.
Innovative planning, indigenous technical expertise, and collaboration across disciplines, PPL turned those challenges into a successful exploration campaign. The milestone reflects the far-reaching vision of Honorable Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mir Muhammad Shehbaz Sharif, implemented under the able leadership of Federal Petroleum Minister Ali Pervez Malik, enabling exploration in untapped, challenging frontiers. This achievement was made possible with the invaluable support of the Pakistan Navy, and participation of joint venture partner GHPL. Dolphin X1 may be that well, and the next chapter of Pakistan's energy journey may begin here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Faheen Haider, for joining us today. And before we go into fiscal year 24-25, I want to look at the last few years. You took the helm of affairs in 2020, and since then we see Mari on a journey of transformation. Could you tell us about this transformative process?
Thank you, Siddharth. Over the past 5 years, Mari Energies has really evolved in a larger, more efficient, and more future-ready organization. We have strengthened our core business, we have expanded our resource base, we have improved our capital efficiency, as well as at the same time we have laid foundations for our diversification into the mineral sector as well as in technology. And we have touched upon every aspect of our organization, rather it is HR, rather it is use of new technology, rather it is governance, rather it is processes and systems and procedures. And we feel we are a different organization today as we were 5 years ago.
Built on the values of operational excellence, the pursuit of growth, dedication to delivery, and unwavering commitment. We are the new era of energy. OGDC, the energy.
धरती मट्टी गहराई अपनों से दूर बहुत लाई, फिर भी ये अपना जज्बा है, हम मुल्क को अपने बदलेंगे, खुशहाली के रंग निखरेंगे, ये अपनी जमी, ये अपना यकीन, हम ढूंढे खजाने ज़ेरे नशी, हर सहरा मैदान चीर दिया, गहराई से गहरा दौर पड़ा, इस नेमत को मुल्क के नाम किया, हर चेहरा खुशी से झूम उठा, ये अपनी जमी, ये अपना यकीन, हम ढूंढे खजाने ज़ेरे नशी.
Pakistan Oil and Gas Development Company Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second part of the PEC conference. We will now be starting the panel discussion, the second panel discussion, on the topic entitled Integrated Energy Value Chain, Strengthening E&P Gas and Refining Linkages for Energy Security and Growth. I would request our panelists for this session, starting with Mr. Adil Khattak, MD ARL, Mr. Arshad Palekar, GM PPL, and Mr. Omar Arshad, MD SLB Middle East, to please come onto the stage. We will shortly be joined by Mr. Amin Rajput, Managing Director, SSGC.
Assalamu alaikum.
It's fine now. Okay. Welcome our esteemed panelists to the second session, which, as you've just heard, will focus on strengthening of E&P, gas, and refinery sectors to ensure integrated value chain. We will start by Mr. Adil Khattak, MD, ARL. And I'll start by asking you that ARL has a legacy that spans over 100 years as one of the country's leading petroleum refining sector. So what is your company's vision for the future as we see a very indifferent future, a future which is quite different from the past? So, yeah.
Okay, as you mentioned, we happen to be the oldest refinery, not only in Pakistan, probably in this whole region. So our refinery was commissioned in 1922. And before that, the Attock Oil Company discovered oil in 1915. And interestingly, at that time, the only product which was being used was kerosene oil. So the refinery came on later. So 2 years back, we completed 100 years. Okay. But the original plant now sits in the refinery museum. We have a refinery museum as well. And it so happens that our refinery has been regularly upgraded for the last 40, 50 years. So even now, though we are still happen to be, something wrong with it. Anyway, so, but we still are a hard rock skimming refinery, what we call. So the refinery policy, which has been recently amended for the second time, the original one was approved in 2023. So this would enable the refineries to upgrade, all the refineries, 5 combined. And another unique feature about Attock Refinery is we're the only refinery being located in the north that we process 100% indigenous local crude. So our capacity utilization or our throughput is dependent on availability of the local crude. There was a time about 10, 15 years back that because the local crude in this region was not that much, so we were getting crude from even Badin Basin, all by road. But currently, we are getting all the crude either from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa or from this Potoha region. So we're looking forward to the upgradation project. I think I've already spoken in the last panel also. So I'll, to start with, I think this is enough for me to speak, and then we can later on, you can ask me any question.
Okay. My next question is for Mr. Arshad Palekar. So we have heard that PPL has made a huge hydrocarbon discovery at the edge of land and sea in Dolphin 10-1. Yeah. From PPL's perspective, what was the strategic thinking behind focusing exploration of this area? And how does this discovery impact the offshore Pakistan prospectively?
Yes, this is a significant discovery at the edge of the land, as we say. It is because Jiltan limestone has never been tested for this good quality gas, which is 1,000 BTU. Usually we have encountered gas with the BTU range of around 500 to 700, but this is the best quality gas we have encountered. And as we are saying it, it is at the edge of the land because we have drilled this well in the southwestern most part of the onshore petroleum system. So we think that its significance for the shallow offshore is very high because our shallow offshore blocks and our block C, which is you know, as in the morning, Minister Saab also mentioned about Tapao coming into Pakistan. They are the operator, and this block is just 50 kilometers away from this discovery. So the most challenging part for our own offshore area was always the petroleum system. Because since 1964, it's been explored. The exploration was not as effective as what we had on the onshore part. We just drilled since 64 till 2004, we just drilled 13, 14 wells.
Okay.
And after 2004 till now, we just drilled 3 more wells. So, and all the wells, we were unable to get any hydrocarbon shows. So the only one well, which is Parkand 1, it flowed 3.8 million of gas, but we did not know yet which was the source rock. So now with this discovery, we have drilled through the whole package of Sambar shales, which is a designated source rock for the onshore part. But now the thickness we have encountered and the vicinity of the shallow offshore makes it very significant, because we can confidently say that this source rock is now extending into the shallow offshore, and it is increasing the prospectivity of the shallow offshore blocks. And at the same time, being in the vicinity of shallow offshore blocks, the whole shallow offshore block prospectivity seems to be on the very higher side.
Okay, Mr. Arshad, there's been a lot of talk and stress on collaboration between upstream and downstream sectors. But so what do you think, what are the benefits of such collaboration?
Yeah, I think first of all, Adil Saab, I think very happy to hear that 100 years of ARL as well, but happy to say that SLB is also celebrated 100 years yesterday as well, and some of our colleagues and partners were there as well. I think it's a great milestone, congratulations for that. I think in terms of collaboration, I wanted to talk about, when we talk about energy security, I think it's very fundamental and important to understand that not a single sector can work independently.
In isolation.
I mean, if you look at today, the challenge, I think Minister Saab was here earlier, he talked about a lot of decisions for the petroleum sector were made by the power division as well, and a lot of challenges when it comes to when E&P companies, when service sector, when refineries, all those works in silos, we see what's happening today. And that's what happens actually, has been happening in Pakistan for all these decades. I came back Pakistan after 14 years. I'm very happy to see that there is a lot of collaboration happening today. The leadership team is looking very serious, and this is one of the first sign when you want to really move seriously on in terms of energy security, because energy security is not about, there are few fundamental pillars of it. First of all, obviously you need to find the reservoir, but at the same time you need to make it affordable for people as well. And the third most thing is reliable as well. Can you make it reliable as well? So I think this is only possible if you have the collaboration between the refineries, if you have the collaboration between the E&P sector as well, and similarly on the service sector as well. One of the challenge, for instance, you face is that you have a bit of uncertainty in terms of operations, in terms of activity. And when you have such uncertainties, whether it's a decision from the policymakers or whether it's a activity plan as well, then it becomes very difficult for investors and the people from outside to gain that trust and invest as well. So for me, I think it's very fundamental that there has to be a strong collaboration between not only just E&P and service sector, but also with the downstream as well. And there are a lot of solutions today when we talk about, for instance, on the AI and digital side. I think there are really a lot of solutions which, as a service sector, as an upstream sector, can even help and support on the refinery side as well. Because we don't have much collaboration, we don't have much interaction, so we are not aware of this as well. I was talking with Asad earlier as well. I think there is a lot we can do. So for me, I think this is fundamental. As an industry, we are going in the right step. We just need to fast track and also make sure that not only this collaboration, but the decisions we make, these has to be based on the long-term thinking process, not just for a sake of reactive decisions based on what we see even yesterday or every decision. I think that's And we see a lot of assurance from the minister side as well. So things are looking positive. And for me, I think this is really fundamental.
Okay. We have just been joined by Mr. Amin Rajput. Welcome back again, sir. Okay. Similar to what Mr. Arshad just said, means how do you think investment gaps across downstream and upstream sectors be filled while we are talking about strengthening linkages?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Am I audible? Can you hear me properly?
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud
Yeah, we
and
can
clear.
hear. Yeah, we can hear.
You see, the cooperation or coordination between ENP and sweet companies or downstream is very vital because our survival is depending on their performance. So, based on their forecast, based on their production, we can only plan our infrastructure, we can plan our downstream commitments. So, the like 5 years to 10 years visibility is very, very important for us. So we can, plan our infrastructure and we can make the commitments in downstream. There are a lot of sectors in the downstream, particularly power sector and some industries also who ask for the, firm commitments, so which can only be made when we have the very clarity of the numbers. So, and we are currently in coordination with all the E&P companies because, as I said, that our survival is depending on their performance. So, and our infrastructure is designed accordingly, looking forward, next 3 to 5 years visibility. So it's very, very important for us to be in contact with them, to keep on working with them. With this war scenario, already all ENP companies in Pakistan, which are working, we started sitting together and looking at the next 6 months, 1 year, and even 2 years, the visibility of the gases coming. So that is giving us the clarity is to plan ourselves. And particularly when after 3 to 4 years, when RNG contracts are going to be concluded, so we really look forward that we convert to the indigenous gas, and we have such confidence that we can, ultimately be totally relying on the local gases, which are more affordable and which are more sustainable compared to the imported gases. Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Adil Khattar, once again. We are hearing a lot about brownfield refining policy that promises to upgrade, to bring about foreign investment, to upgrade deep conversion capacities and produce cleaner fuel. So, are you hopeful that the brownfield policy will work in Pakistan? It's a major push towards modernization. Yeah. True.
Negative thinking and everything. But this time I hope, because, I don't blame people to be a little bit apprehensive because this policy has taken almost 7 years in the making. I remember the first draft came up in December 2019, as I probably mentioned in the last panel discussion also. And with every change in the government and every change in the ministry, they started to restart from scratch. Anyway, so that's behind us, and the policy, second time it was amended only a couple of weeks or a week back. So now almost all the refineries are on board. All refineries have their own plans of upgradation. So hopefully all the refineries would be participating. So the next challenge would be financial close, of course.
Okay.
And most of them have done their basic engineering and feed studies as well. So like we in Attic Refinery, we are pretty far ahead. We have done all our feed, and we are now right now in the process of preparing the ITB for tendering process. And speaking of ARL, we would be setting up 2 units, one continuous catalytic reformer, plus we would be upgrading our diesel hydrodiesel pressurization unit. Okay. So this would increase our motor gasoline capacity by about almost 25%, and would also enable us to meet Euro 5 specifications. This specifically ARL specific. Other refineries, PRL is targeting to increase double its capacity from 50,000 to 100,000 barrels per day. And all refineries would be trying to reduce their furnace oil production and increase in diesel and motor gasoline production. So hopefully, once these projects are commissioned, I think we would be in a position to meet almost 90 to 100% demand of diesel in the country. And the motor gasoline production import, which is currently is about 70%, would reduce considerably as well. So I think overall it's a very good projects, all of these, and this would entail an capital investment about $5 to $6 billion combined. So we are looking forward, and I'm quite confident that the project would take off this time, inshallah.
Okay. Mr. Palekar, there's also been a talk a lot on this recent offshore bid that has attracted significant interest. So how hopeful are you on, on this bid turning into a meaningful thing for Pakistan?
This is, I think, where we are talking about collaboration. I think this is because I think Mir Saab has this clap, activity, and this is very true for offshore block bid round this time, and it happened because after 20 years. So all the national oil companies, we came together and we look into we have the last data set we acquired in offshore was in 2008.
Okay.
And that was with, ENI did this seismic. So we all know that offshore, whether it is shallow offshore, deep or ultra deep, it is capex intensive.
Okay.
And giants like ENI, the wells drilled by the deep wells drilled earlier, they were all drilled by giants, ENI, Shell, Total Elf, FINA at that time, now Total, and the last well in 2000. So it is capex intensive. So this collaboration is necessary for working together and get this high risk, because risk and uncertainty is always there. Although this dolphin well has given us a confidence that the petroleum system is there, but drilling a well in even shallow offshore, it's 10 times than a well drilling in onshore in lower Indus or middle Indus. And when we are talking about drilling in Potawar, it's 4 times. So it's humongous.
Okay.
And this bid round has created a collaborative environment among the national oil company. And because of Tapao, coming in to the arena in shallow offshore and taking participation in the bid round also provide us a confidence that a national oil company has, taken part.
Okay.
So this bid round actually helped us, all the national oil companies coming together to share the financial.
Okay. So it has to be a collective effort.
Correct, and it will be a collective effort going forward.
Okay. All right. Okay. Mr. Rashid, 2 major challenges the energy sector faces today is production optimization and recovery. So what role or what mechanism should be in place for the energy sector to, ensure optimization as well as recoveries?
I think it's a very broad topic when we talk about production optimization. Of course, one way is to look at the existing assets, for example, Arshad Palekar has talked about dolphin well discovery, how do we fast track the development of those? Or, we have a discovery on spin worm or I think Barakzai and other discoveries. So one way is to look at how do we fast track the development of those. Unfortunately, what I see is that quite often we fail, whether in terms of having the right strategy or fast tracking the development of those assets. This is really one way is to for sure look at fast tracking the development of the existing assets. Obviously, continue to look and explore the other opportunities in terms of new assets. Hopefully, inshallah, next year when we do the offshore, hopefully becomes a success. But more than that, I think what is really most important is to, and which is more economical and fast, is to increase the production from the existing assets, When you look at Pakistan, I think we are not really at the phase of even secondary or tertiary production recovery. With the advancement in analytics, advanced AI solutions, and the way we are able to look the overall field as well, we can certainly do a lot more in terms of well intervention, in terms of the solutions we can deploy as well. I think the service industry has also strengthened in terms of their solution as well. So that really can help overall our customers, E&P companies as well, in terms of production optimization. I think there are a lot of few examples. Jesus Lama, the city president, talked earlier as well in terms of some of the electrical submersible pumps today contributing to 15% of the Pakistan oil production, which is significant. And this was not like there 2-3 years ago. And I think we were discussing earlier as well with one of our operator. We deployed some technologies long time back, but they did not work. So now with the technologies available, we need to look at why those solutions did not work and what we can do. But certainly, I think we can do as an industry a very good collaborative approach in terms of production optimization, and it's a quick way to fix. If you really look at the overall Pakistan production, we are talking about oil production of around 70,000 barrels per day. There are more than 100 shut-in wells in Pakistan. I mean, if you can bring even half of that live with the right solution and right technologies, even let's look at 500 barrels per day increment production from those, we are talking about 50% of Pakistan production. It might be seems very ambitious, but this is something doable. I mean, if we do the right study, deploy the right solutions, we need to obviously pick the right candidates, the one which looks more lucrative, easy to intervene. So we gain the confidence. Once you get the earnings from that, obviously you can deploy those in other assets. But that's something I think as an industry we really need to make an effort, look at it. That's a quick way to reduce the pressure on the foreign import, and that's something as an industry we need to look at it. And as a company, we are already looking at it. I think we have been discussing ongoing with a lot of operators as well in Pakistan to see what we can optimize, and that's where I think our focus will be as an industry to gain the confidence.
Okay. Amin sir, in the wake of the current geopolitical situation, what is your perspective on the local gas production as well as oil field optimizing? Do you think the benefits, we can get benefits from if we go on to localization, if we have to, suffer from supply shocks and everything?
I think, as I said earlier, we don't have a choice. We have to, go for the local production, which is, in terms of price is cheaper and it's sustainable. And we have seen in the last 6 months since the war erupted, that there was time almost there was 1.5 months when there was no LNG at all available in the country, and we sustained. So we can see even in the most difficult period with the very hot weather and hot and humid, and when the power demand was at the peak, and the fertilizer and food security was also required because of the new crops timing coming. But we managed. There was no chaos in the country. Very well managed load management based on the local gases available. So I think in the long term we have to work, and as I said, I'm very much hopeful, and I'm sure all E&P companies sitting here with the circular, that issue has been at least restricted, and their activities have been many times very aggressive. When blocks have been issued, offshore activities are on, and as the PPL said, they got 1,000 BTU gases if it is coming to the system. So we look forward, and I think the only solution is the localization, and we have to work on it and work together to make it happen and to make it sustainable and at an affordable price.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, before we open the floor to questions, if you guys want to add on to this points already discussed, since it's a broad topic.
Yeah, just for the shallow offshore and offshore Pakistan, Tapal coming into Pakistan has given us the confidence that the work, the technical work we have done in kind of very scarce, activity since 1964 till now, and their interest in Block C. And after looking at the data set, the work PPL has done after ENI left, because Kekra was a failure and a huge, and PPL, OGDCL were partnered with ExxonMobil and ENI. So that was a very tough time after 2019 till 2000. Still we have this bid round. So for that, I think the work between 2000, after ENI left, we worked on the data set, and once Tapao, did the data room and all their technical due diligence, their participation as an operator in Pakistan is actually a testament that we do have potential in shallow offshore and offshore. They are actually working in Black Sea, and they have discovered three to four fields, and it has similar settings. So being operator and being coming into Pakistan and looking conducting new seismic in coming quarter, and then we are planning to drill a well in 2007, last quarter, September, October 2007. So this is a kind of confidence and strength we are getting because of Tapao and because of our all the national oil companies coming together in collaborative efforts. So this is I would say from this forum that offshore, shallow offshore is our next exploration frontier and going to be a game changer for Pakistan energy sector and energy security. Inshallah.
Mr. Khattab, if you'd like to add on to the points already discussed.
Yeah, I think we have covered most of the relevant topics, is E&P as well as the refinery. One topic I would like to touch upon is the need to have strategic petroleum reserves in Pakistan. Because it so happens, whatever storage we have, these are basically commercial and operational reserves. Though we keep hearing that OMCs are required to keep 20 days of storage, whatever, but these are basically commercial storage. These are not strategic storage. Some of the audience may be surprised to know that as early as 2003, the government carried out a study on petroleum, strategic petroleum storage. But surprisingly, they didn't even have a copy of that right now. So this recent war made the government realize to look into this important aspect also. Luckily, I had a copy of that, so I shared that with the ministry. So the government has taken it very seriously, and they've already floated tenders to hire a consultant for this purpose. I believe they've already selected a consultant, so they would be carrying out a study, how to go about it, our needs, the number of days we need, the kind of storages we need. Basically, preferably, these are supposed to be underground, especially when you are a country like Pakistan, which is not only faced with the supply change, but also a real war situation as well. As far as my own opinion is concerned, as far as petroleum strategic storage is concerned, I think the best option Pakistan would have to work with some friendly countries, oil-producing countries, to have a common arrangement. And there are examples, basically like Saudi Arabia, they have strategic storage as far as Japan and Korea. UAE has strategic storage in India. So probably that would be the most feasible solution for Pakistan. Behral, we have to wait for the conclusion of the study by the consultant, and let's hope something positive happens out of that. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Arshad, would you like to add?
Yeah, I think there's one thing I want to add. Today, we see a lot of willingness from the industry leaders, from the policymakers in terms of bringing the change. I think it's the right time we as a service partners or technical leaders or even the technical community need to really step up, help the leaders to select the right assets. I think it's a really important time. If you see, Pakistan unfortunately does not have unlimited cash, so we have limited cash. We need to make sure that we help those leaders to deploy that cash in the right assets. because we don't have too many chances. You know, we have seen many times this willingness has been there maybe in the past when they deployed and they went on and did some projects and they were not successful, then this project gets shut down for a period of 10 years or so. So it's very important and fundamental that there has to be a great collaboration for the betterment of our country between overall all the industry, and more importantly for the technical community to really step up and help the leaders to make the right decision. I think this is really fundamental and important for me.
Mr. Rajput, would you like to add on to the points discussed? We have talked about collaboration. Any point that you want to add on to it?
I will reiterate what I said earlier, that we have to really focus and work, and we are doing, and the ministry is doing, and the policymakers are doing on the localization and indigenous gas production. Recently, Mari led an exercise done by the Woodmac, and so we have, you know, a roadmap also. We have a platform also. If we really work hard on that, I think Pakistan ultimately energy, particularly with respect to gas, there will be sustainable resources available, sustainable reserves available in the near future, which is a good sign, and we will not be depending on the imported gases. That's my take.
Thank you. Thank you. The floor is now open for questions or remarks. Yeah.
Okay, so today Chairman PIP mentioned the word energy security around 11 times in his opening speech. So I just wanted to emphasize and wanted to tell that the security word actually goes beyond the supply chains and the logistics and the capital upgrades. There is a very important factor which we have not discussed yet, and that is the cybersecurity of OT structure. Like, we are working in the IT cybersecurity, we are improving our IT cybersecurity posture a lot, but OT is a totally different domain. And the difference is that whenever there is a compromise on OT cybersecurity, the results and the catastrophes, they come up within minutes. Like, if we take the example of Hormuz crisis, it took days to the months to have an actual impact on overall supply chain. But if we are evolving our industries towards digitalization, AI, ML, clouds, and all those things, we need to ensure that we do it in a very cyber secure way. Like, if you know the example of Stuxnet, that vulnerability resided in the system for 4 years, and then it took the action. So this challenge is I think, one of the biggest challenges for the industries right now, for the critical infrastructure. So I would just like to know, what do you think about fortifying your industries in this context?
Yeah, maybe I can add a little bit. I think 1 month ago I was in one of the drill, which is we call cybersecurity drill. You know, we do quite often a drill in terms of safety drill or HSCs drills as well. In one of the training, I was in a drill where we were struggling to find out what we are going to do as a company, what decisions we're going to make as a leader when a cyber attack happened. So I think it was very interesting for me to learn a lot of things, what kind of decisions, who are the people to contact, how do we make decisions, what kind of press release do we give, because it's really important, especially in today's environment, as you highlighted. And for me, I think it's important as companies, ENPs, we collaborate and learn from each other. But I think it was very interesting to learn that there has to be each whole protocol within each company when it comes to cybersecurity. As SLB, we have developed that, and all leaders are going through that drill where they need to learn and understand what we need to do in terms of what happens in terms of any cybersecurity issue. But more importantly, I think there has to be some way within organization where you not only just make sure you protect, but also you make people aware of this as well, like in terms of sending reminders to people, emails, meetings, just to people to understand that this is real, this is happening, and if it happens, it can cause a lot of damage to because tomorrow, in today's world, even the security of data is even more critical, and that's why I think it's very important for organizations. And we as SLB is happy to even collaborate and pass on any learning we do. But this is really very, very important point you highlighted.
Any other question? This one.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Bilal Jinchua. I'm the Vice President of China-Pakistan Commerce Alliance. just, I would like to ask a question. Why hasn't Pakistan, the petroleum sector, all this, big companies have considered petroleum supplies from the Chinese border? Pakistan is sitting next to a world-class deposit in the Tarim Basin, which is in Xinjiang province next to our border. We have never thought about creating strategic reserves. Now we have learned a very big lesson in the Straits of Hormuz. We can create deposits of petroleum at the Chinese border, at Sus port. We can look at LPG. We can look at diesel supply chains. We can look at, the whole play is available in Xinjiang. Why hasn't our government or the petroleum sector has ever looked towards China, despite we are just 300 kilometers from that very large petroleum deposit sitting next to our border? Thank you.
The question is very relevant and it makes a lot of sense. Currently, in the recent crisis, a lot of questions are also being raised. Why don't we import crude oil from Iran, for that matter? Of course, there's under sanction, that's another issue. But the technical, even if the sanctions are removed, currently the refineries are not in a position to refine the Iranian crude, the type of Iranian crude. Like you see, a couple of years back, PRL did import the cheaper crude available from Russia when they were under sanction of $60 per barrel. But what they got, probably more than 50% furnace oil came out of that. So the refineries are currently not geared to treat or to refine all kinds of crude. So this is one challenge. Hopefully, after the upgradation, we would be in a position to treat all kinds of crude oil. That would be a big. Why it had not happened so far? Only probably the government can give you an answer. But just quoting this example of Iranian policy, it has taken 7 years to get approved. Last 2 years only wasted to resolve one simple sales tax issue. And they had the solution even 2 years back, but still it took them 2 years to finally come up with it. Now, this morning I was asking the secretary, when do you expect me to sign the agreement? Because every day of delay is costing only Attic Refinery 7.5 million rupees in terms of penalty, for which I'm not responsible. The ball is in their court. But bureaucracy takes its own time, unfortunately. But still, let's hope, at least today's all conversation, discussions gives us some hope that at least we seem to be more focused. Especially, I really admire the attitude of and the passion of the minister, the current ministry we have. He is really pushing on all the fronts, whether it's ENP or the refining or whatever. So in that kind of leadership, it gives us a lot of hope. And with the technology available now, I'm sure, the last question about cyber security, you see, when we in Attic Refinery, we started thinking about using AI, the first challenge was how to keep our operational system isolated from the net, because that could have been a big threat for us. So at least we are addressing these questions, we have started working on these, so let's hope for the best now.
All right. Any more questions?
Yes, one more.
Yeah, there's just one.
So my question is a bit specific to refineries. Right now, our petrol demand is around 170,000 barrels per day, I believe. After the upgradation, and because obviously it's a long gestation project, it'll take 4 to 6 years. And if along that time, the motorcycle replacement cycle also hits as electric bike demand is increasing, refineries are committing a big capex, obviously, for this project. But what if the local demand perhaps collapses after that? Diesel, even if it remains stable. So what are your thoughts on that? Thank you.
I'm very conscious of this challenge of EV and solar as well. But a number of studies have been carried out. Basically, we cannot put in a lot of $5 billion just like that. So hopefully this fossil fuel requirement is not going to disappear the next at least 20 years. It's going to reach a plateau of maybe another 15 to 16, depending on the situation of the country and all that. So the upgradation is still worthwhile. So we have already kept this thing in mind while carrying out the feasibility and viability of the projects.
All right. With this, we come to the end of the second panel discussion. Thank you, gentlemen, for being part of this session. Thank you for your views. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, now we will move on to panel discussion number 3, the third panel discussion for the session, and the topic is Pakistan's downstream oil and refining sector, challenges and future roadmap. We are indeed privileged to have with us Mr. Asad Hassan, CEO NRL, National Refinery Limited, Mr. Amir Zeb Khan, CCO PSO, Mr. Yasser Afandi, CEO Parco Pearl Gas, and Ms. Asma Ali, DGM Commercial Parco, as our esteemed panelists. Are they are all over here? And if each one of them can come onto the stage. Thank you for being part of this panel discussion. Thank you very much. We will start by Mr. Yasser Afandi, and he was CEO of Parco Pearl Gas. My first question to you is, how do you see the current market landscape in Pakistan as far as LPG business is concerned?
As far as LPG marketing is concerned, it's basically the market is roughly split. The local demand is split between 50% coming from what the local producers, which are uh, refineries and gas fields, are contributing, and 50% really coming from the imports. Now, the basic fundamental uh, challenge or the balancing act which is happening is that we perceive LPG as a poor man's fuel, and there is a certain dichotomy between the pricing mechanism which is being adopted for this particular fuel and what the total demand is. So of the 50% imports which are coming into the country at the moment, uh, quite a substantial amount is actually coming from a sanctioned country, which is Iran, and then there are routes which are taken, and then the product gets across. And then really the pricing which is set on a national level by the regulator, that's not really followed through. So for example, today in Lahore, a per kg price of LPG is about 250 rupees per kg, while in effect, in the market, it is being sold at 350 and 400 rupees per kg as well. So on papers, you have a fuel which is regulated, but actually on ground, the enforcement as far as pricing is concerned is not really happening. So this is really one of the factors which is hampering the further growth as far as LPG is concerned. The other angle which I see is critical is that there are about 400 companies, over 400 companies who've been given the license to market LPG. Yeah. Now, the question for us as part who are involved with the industry, regulators, I think the policymakers, is to think through that how many companies are actually following the safety and the compliance protocols as far as the sector is concerned. So these are, I think, clear questions which the current market landscape, and they pop up into somebody like me who's trying to manage the biggest LPG marketing company in Pakistan. Yeah.
Ms. Asma Ali, let's talk about pipeline infrastructure. How important or how strategically important is pipeline infrastructure for Pakistan's energy security, and are we using it efficiently?
Um, The white oil pipeline is essentially the energy lifeline of Pakistan. It's a 786-kilometer line that connects Port Qasim all the way up to mid-country refinery, sorry, up to mid-country. And it further connects up to, through the MFM line up to Faisalabad and Machike. It's a critical linkage between the southern refineries, our import port terminals, and our storage terminals. Energy security is not only about ensuring that you have the product available, it's also about ensuring that it is transported safely, efficiently, and economically across Pakistan. So the white oil pipeline is essentially doing that for the nation. So it is strategically very important. It is a critical lifeline of Pakistan. Is it being used efficiently? Not at the moment. If the design capacity of the pipeline is about 12 million tons, which is expandable up to about 15 billion tons. Currently, last year we hit the record highest throughput of about 5.4 million tons. So that's less than 50% of capacity utilization. So I think there's a long ways to go in terms of improving that utilization. And of course, with that comes economic benefits.
Okay. Now let's come to OMCs. Amir, in the current geopolitical situation, what are the critical challenges faced by OMCs like PSO?
Thank you for the question. I hope I'm audible. I think the recent times have taught us one thing, is the supply chain resilience and efficiency is one of the most critical, piece of the pie. And OMCs, especially the downstream sector, has the role of a foundation in this whole situation. Because in Pakistan, we all know that there are no strategic reserves. There are only commercial reserves which are held generally by the oil marketing companies, and some part of the reserves, commercial reserves, are sit with the refineries. So the role of OMCs, in a market like ours is extremely important. And I would like to refer to the earlier point made by the Minister for Petroleum, where he talked about convergence of the whole supply chain and the whole system being integrated. And from what we've experienced recently, and this journey, or this experience rather, has taken us to a level where we have achieved a certain level of resilience in our system, which is mainly down to the oil marketing companies. And obviously, I represent the largest oil marketing company of Pakistan. And, if you look at the region, although the disruption was a major disruption, geopolitical disruption, we saw that the oil marketing sector, the downstream sector, with the help of all key stakeholders like refineries, government, and the regulator, were able to deal with the situation more efficiently and effectively. We did not see any disruption in terms of any key economic activity. The country, the entire value chain of energy remained working. And if you look at the regional economies with much larger infrastructure and bigger strategic reserves, we saw hue and cry and major breakdowns in the supply chain. So the role of, as I said, the role of downstream sectors, particularly OMCs, is very critical, and it will remain in the years to come.
Okay.
Thank you.
Coming back to the LPG business, Mr. Afandi, in the downstream business as a whole, safety and compliance are key considerations. But so how do you see the role in the LPG marketing?
Very, very critical. I think for me, if you ask me, and when I took over this role a few months back, the first key priority for me was really to set the guidelines as far as safety and compliance are concerned. Now, we deal with a product where you deal with LPG, then there are cylinders involved, and then transportation. So now, if you look at the whole value chain of actually getting the product across to the consumer, there is a safety concern at all levels. Yeah. So we are very, very conscious of it. But then again, like as I responded in the last question, the way the current market and about 400 plus companies work, there is a certain segment which is totally focused on following the guidelines as far as safety is concerned. They work with OGRA, which is the regulator as far as compliance of those standards are concerned. But then again, in the same market, you see people cross-filling cylinders. There is recanting of product which is happening. So these are all major safety concerns, which again, to people involved in this business like myself, they give us sleepless nights, because I think following these guidelines in letter and spirit is really the key, because everything else, your business growth, um, the other ambits of your marketing campaigns, etc., they all follow suit later. To me, this is really the key pillars on which this business should be actually standing on.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Asma, you talked about pipeline infrastructure. Now, what are the economic benefits of pipeline transportation, and how can Pakistan further reduce the logistic costs in the transportation, in the downstream sector?
So if we compare the cost of pipeline transportation with road truck movement, pipeline cost is about roughly 2.5 rupees per liter. If we compare that to truck movement, that's about 13.5 rupees per liter. And I'm talking from Port Qasim all the way up to Mahmudport. That's a savings of 11 rupees per liter that is ultimately passed on to the end consumer. So it's built into the pricing mechanism. So obviously there's a significant economic benefit. And when you compare the movement of trucks versus pipeline, pipeline is able to move about, on average, about 16,000 tons of product, white oil product, to the line per day. Now, that is the equivalent of about 400 trucks. So that's taking 400 trucks off the road. The HSD consumption associated with those trucks, the road maintenance cost, obviously a safety concern, traffic congestion. So these are all benefits of, so it's not only economic benefits, but other benefits as well associated with pipeline transportation. So I think as far as how can we take this further, I think in recent times we have to give, I think, the recent government credit. In the past year, our MOGAS mandate for transportation through the pipeline has gone up from 50% in July to 60% in October, and most recently it's gone up to 70% in April. If we compare that to previous years, we had, within 1 year, there was a whole 5% increase in the mandate. So I think there's a greater reliance now on pipeline, and we've seen how resilient it is. It's independent of weather, independent of any protests that are happening in the country, any sort of disruptions are avoided by using the pipeline. So there's a very great economic and I think sustainability benefit with utilization of the pipeline. And how can we take it further? Again, there's still lots of room for expansion. As I said, our capacity is 12 million tons, which is expandable up to about 15. And currently we're less than 50% utilization. So I think what we really require is further support to take our MOGAS mandate from 70% up to maybe 100. At 70%, there's about 35 billion in savings annually to the national exchequer. Now, if you compare that at 100%, that takes the savings up to about 50 billion. So there's huge savings, and there's still huge potential still left in pipeline utilization. So I think our aim is to actually keep advocating for increase in the MOGAS mandate. Right now, just to compare, 100% of our HSD is actually moving up country through the pipeline. So there's potential for the same for MOGAS as well.
Okay, there's one area which we haven't touched yet. This is technological innovation. So to each one of you, what are your companies doing in their respective roles to stay ahead in technology innovation, in AI, any measures that you have taken recently to stay ahead? Yeah. Starting with Amir.
I think technology plays a major role. In fact, the most critical role will be of technology today, tomorrow, and the day after. Right now, we're seeing a massive push by the government and regulator towards digitalization of the entire supply chain, the whole value chain. And you can, if you look at the benefits, there's a long list, but immediate term benefit is, I'll go back to my initial comment, will help us build more resilience into the system. Having a clear visibility of your inventories, their location, your sourcing plans, you're able to predict things faster. You're able to make decisions much more quicker and more efficiently and accurately. And that gives you much more many options in terms of having to deal with disruptions, be it global level disruption or a disruption which is within your own country. So digitalization will lay down the foundation for technology. And obviously, the entire value chain can build on that. One more angle to the technology introduction is AI. Obviously, we all know AI is not a thing which you can avoid. AI will be integrated into each and every industry, and energy industry is no different. And so we have to have the base platform in terms of having the digitalization of the entire value chain in place for us to take that next step.
Okay.
Thank you.
Same question to both of you. Digitization, AI, that's the way forward?
Yeah, as far as our business is concerned, we've already started on the digitalization journey quite a bit, because there's a certain segment where we now are expanding into the household segment and getting our cylinders across to houses directly. And that is where we are now going into ordering it on apps and call centers, etc. So that is where, and AI, as far as helping us take some informed decisions as far as future business growth and new product launches, etc. So that is where both of this is, these key ingredients are helping us be more in touch with our customers and take quicker decisions as well. Yeah.
Okay. One last question, Ms. Asma. What does? Yeah, sure.
Just from, already Amir has touched on digitization. The industry is also, Parco, PAPCO, we're all working towards collaborating with OGRAF on digitization. So I think that's the right step. We're in the right, taking the right direction, so that we can identify the source and ensure that the source to the end destination is entirely mapped. As far as AI is concerned, I think in the pipeline business, AI will go a long ways. We are already starting to explore that. We have an intrusion detection system along the pipeline to identify if there's any pressure drops, to see if there's any theft activity. And now this is not, to discriminate against Pakistan. I mean, pipelines across the world, everywhere globally, have this issue. And so I think AI will really help us, because even with the current systems that we have that are not quite as smart, our thieves, no matter how smart we get, the thieves get a bit smarter. So I think AI will really help us distinguish false alarms from the actual intrusions. So I think technology definitely, I think in any professional environment, even emails are now written with using ChatGPT. So I think AI is come a long ways, especially over the last couple of years, and the use of that in pipeline, I think, will go a long ways.
Okay. All right. Before we take questions from the audience, would you like to add on to whatever we have discussed? Anything that's close to your heart?
Just one of the subjects when I was preparing for this conference is there's a big question mark in everybody's mind about the energy transition. And I think there is a difference of approach that most of the industry leaders are trying to take globally as well as locally. And that is part of a big chunk of the leaders are trying to predict what the energy mix will look like in X number of years, let's say 2035 or 2040. But the smarter, more agile leaders or companies are gearing for what is the way forward in the near term or in the medium term. Rather than trying to predict what exactly will be the future, they are trying to work on future readiness, and whatever the ultimate outcome will be, whatever the future energy mix will be, having the digitalization, the technology, AI, all of that in place will enable those companies and leaders to be more future ready and present ready. So rather than trying to predict, we have to develop sufficient optionalities and flexibilities within the system. So whatever the ultimate outcome is, we have the means to deal with that effectively. Thank you.
Amir has discussed a very interesting point of the changing energy mix. Would you like to add on to it in the future?
On the change in energy mix, yes, I agree. I mean, it's hard to say exactly what the future will look like. I don't think motor fuels are going anywhere, going away anytime soon, especially in Pakistan. I think EV adoption has been faster globally than it has been in Pakistan. So I think we have, just from recent studies that I've read, that I still feel that there's quite a number of years left for motor gasoline consumption. However, we've seen how the solarization impact has been with HSD sales decline. If we look at the data from FY22 to 23, our national consumption of HSD dropped drastically. And a big chunk of that was related to solarization. And I think the same can be said for EV. There definitely will be an impact. How soon that will be, it's hard to say.
Okay, all right. Okay, now the floor is open for questions. Would you like to ask any questions to our panelists? Any remarks? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm audible? Okay. So I have a question regarding LPG, the overall infrastructure in the country. I think Mr. Khattak also mentioned that there is a need for strategic storages. And LPG, we all are aware that it's been growing at a CAGR of around 10% over the last 9 years. Pakistan is consuming around 2.5 MTPA of LPG, 50% of it is coming from Iran, mainly through the borders. So what are the perspective on building up a strategic infrastructure in Pakistan for LPG when we are also aware that the indigenous gas resources are diminishing, and then over the last couple of years all of us have experienced immense gas shortages for the domestic market, and we are just getting maybe 6 to 8 hours a day, and that's a challenge. So what's the perspective on building robust infrastructure for large-scale LPG and also the downstream LPG infrastructure in the country?
This question's for you.
As far as storage is concerned, we are very much inclined, and I see that really happening as the way forward is. Like the Minister Saab in the morning said, the North Star, I think, is clearly, even for us, in LPG deregulation. But what's critical for us as marketers from now till the time when the deregulation happens is, how is the pricing mechanism happening? Because, for example, I can give you my own example. In this year, we've not imported a single metric ton of LPG in Pakistan. And predominantly it is because of the reason that we very strongly feel that the current pricing mechanism, which is solely based on the local LPG model, and there is no parity as far as the pricing is concerned for imported molecule. So until and unless what happens in the middle in this in this particular time frame, if that goes in the right direction, we are clearly on the sidelines also looking and tying in with companies who are interested to build infrastructure, and because that has to go hand in hand. Clearly, the demand cannot be met by the local production. So as I see, import is very integral part of the larger game plan on LPG. But what I would really be keen to see as an industry stakeholder is that what happens as far as the pricing in the next few months till the time we go for total deregulation, because that's really one integral part where the storage also fits into that larger puzzle. Yeah, thanks.
All right. Any more questions here?
Thank you. My question is more related to the future roadmap, especially on the E10 or E20, ethanol blended fuel, and also the sustainable aviation SAF fuel for the aircraft. Also, on the methanol play. So, what are the maybe the companies like PSO doing, thinking about these important angles where China has gone very far, India has gone quite far? Why hasn't the Pakistani petroleum sector gone into these, utilizing these local biomass fuels which are available and reducing the imports of Pakistan? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I would, just to put things in the perspective, I would like to state a few facts. So, uh, E10 or ethanol blended gasoline is not just a concept. It is something we actually did back in 2010. PSO was the first and only oil marketing company to introduce ethanol blended petrol in Pakistan. And that project did not give us the outcomes that were expected, the outcomes that were expected of it. I will go into details a little bit, but also you have to appreciate that the IEA, the International Energy Agency, and other key global players, they all talk about sustainable fuels like ethanol blended biofuels, hydrogen, etc. But at the same time, we all know that whichever direction we take, it has to make economic and commercial sense. Energy, sustainable energy is a great, brilliant idea, but at the same time, it has to be affordable, sustainable energy. So that is, a global direction that generally different economies take. And obviously, you'd agree that transition in Pakistan towards sustainable fuels will never be the same as a transition towards sustainable fuels in a European country. So coming back to the ethanol question, Pakistan's total capacity of ethanol is between 400 to 600,000 metric tons per year. So most of that is exported, and majority of that, vast majority of that volume is not fuel grade ethanol. Fuel grade ethanol is basically a subset of this number. And in order to convert ethanol into fuel grade ethanol, which is, after blending certain components into it, does not make economic sense most of the time. Now, if you look at the details, of the prices, costs, and export prices of ethanol over the last 5-6 years, you will see maybe a couple of years where the idea of blending ethanol into petrol makes sense. It saves you a few cents. But for the vast majority of the years, you will see that it is more expensive for Pakistan. So what I'm trying to say is the export dollars that you're earning out of exporting that ethanol carry a larger value than importing finished product in terms of gasoline. So whatever sustainable fuel direction we take, whichever category you're looking at, has to make economic sense. It has to be a bankable project. And obviously, when you go into these projects like India, you have to have a local agricultural setup in place to give you those volumes. And on top of it, you have to have capex investments in terms of refineries, the storage infrastructure, etc., etc. So the likely scenario for a country like Pakistan at present prices, probably you will not see this particular sustainable fuel. But yes, there are other sustainable fuels, and people are working on it. I'm not the right person as an OMC to advise you on that, but I did read a report from the IEA which said even at an accelerated rate, the majority disruption or substitution that will happen due to sustainable fuels will be in commercial shipping, which was giving a number of around 30 to 35% by 2035. That is an accelerated pathway. And for road transport, that number still remains at 10% globally. So, as I said, I am not the right person to tell you what is happening on the other sustainable fuels, but ethanol for now, and based on our experience from 2010 to 12, did not make economic sense for us.
Sorry, I have a question for Yasir. As you mentioned, there are hundreds of LPG marketing companies, and I think one of the critical issues is the lack of adherence to standards, whether it's with the cylinders or the filling procedures or whatever it is. So what are companies like yours doing, who are, at the cutting edge of this industry and lead the industry? What can you do? What can the regulator do better? And how can you help the regulator improve that adherence to standards by some of the other players? Thanks.
Thank you, Shehryar, for that question. I think for me, clearly the starting point is first you do it yourself and be a role model, which I think, and I hand on my heart, I can say that PPGL clearly is a role model in this area because we follow both on safety, compliance, as well as the pricing adherence. There's clearly clear direction from our side where the parameters have to be followed, and we take pride in the fact that we are a role model in this area. Now, the question that you asked is, how can we play a role in our dialogue with the regulator, with the ministry? And that, I think we've been playing that advocacy piece very, very clearly with both OGRA as well as the ministry, that there needs to be much more enforcement as far as adhering to the safety and compliance is concerned. Because one incident as far as safety is concerned takes back the whole industry and pushes back the parameters of the industry years back. So clearly that dialogue and advocacy has been going on. I think so in the last couple of months, I have attended one call per week on an average with the ministry and Minister Saab himself, where we've tried to push for more enforcement as far as safety standards. And then this is, like I said earlier, this is all across the value chain, because the specs of the product that you get, the specs of the steel, for example, which is used in the cylinders, then ensuring that there is no cross-filling. So that kind of advocacy is happening, and I am very hopeful that clearly there's quite a bit of work which the ministry is doing right now as far as bringing a reform package as far as LPG is concerned, and this is going to be one integral part of it, which we will see pretty soon. Thank you.
All right. Okay, with this, we come to the end of our panel discussion. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your views. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now move to the last panel discussion of PEC 2026 on the topic of AI and emerging technologies. What should the future look for consumers, industry, and GOP? I would request our panelists for this session to please come onto the stage. We'll start by Dr. Naveed Arshad, Director LUMS. Please come onto the stage. A huge round of applause for Dr. Naveed Arshad. He presented keynote presentations earlier in the day. Will you like to welcome Mr. Shazer Elahi, CEO and Enablify AI? Mr. Shazer Elahi. I would also like to welcome Mr. Muhammad Ali, CTIO, Sky 47, as one of our panelists. And last but not the least, Mr. Hassan Mahmood, Director of Business Development, Murray Energies. Would you like to come on the stage? We are now going to talk about something that we have been talking a lot throughout the day. Let's start with each one of you a very fundamental question. AI is seen as an excellent tool to transform that much we have established. But for the energy sector, what are some things that energy sector can benefit from AI? What are the key areas of application? And I will pose this question to each one of you. Yeah, sure. I will repeat again. What are the key areas that the energy sector can benefit from as far as AI is concerned?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's a very wide and open question, which everyone is struggling these days. So how to use AI and how to make the best use of it is still being debated and still being evaluated. I can tell you some of my own take on it. So basically, there are two ways in which you can look at AI.
Yeah.
One is to improve productivity of your current operations that you're doing, the productivity of the employees. I mean, some people even say that you can take the productivity in some fields to 10x, which means that one person can do a job of 10 persons, and that is possible, especially for technologies that are mostly soft technologies, not the hard technologies that oil and gas is typically is. But the other side is also very critical. So most of the desk-related jobs that we know today, probably AI either is doing them better than humans or will be able to do better than humans in some time. We don't know how long, but maybe the time is right around the corner. So what is left for the humans to do in it? And that's a fundamental question, is how do we train our students, employees? How do we take the best use of AI? And here there is probably what we see is people in two categories. One that will use AI so much that they will outsource their thinking to AI and probably increase their productivity in the short term. In the long term, they're going to probably not be that productive because that productivity is slowly going to be taken over by AI. The second side is that when so much is available of AI, the human knowledge is now contained within these models. The knowledge that humanity has developed, all these, is contained in those models. So now it's the stretch of imagination that you can, how deep can you think? How much can you innovate in your mind? And then think of it like a team of co-workers that is there as AI agents, and one can think and give them tasks to do whatever you want. This is going to be the major change. Now, maybe in the next round, maybe I'll just touch upon it quickly. Now we are asking our students to look at how deep thinking is done. For example, a chemistry student should be looking at poetry, should be reading poetry, because that's the deep thinking the deep thinking exercise that you can do. I mean, poetry actually gives you an idea of how deep thinking can be performed. Similarly, other exercises. So it's really human ingenuity that will take over, and those people will excel that can actually use AI to the best of its abilities.
Okay.
It's not just the productive use of AI. That's one part that's coming to happen. But in future, probably those people who can use AI to the best of its abilities in terms of how they can think of using AI, probably those will probably prosper more.
Okay. Shazar, do you agree with Mr. Arshad's viewpoint?
Very much so, Ji. Firstly, thank you, Shreya sir, for giving me the opportunity. There's some very, very senior leaders in the room. I'll just take 2 minutes of your time, 2 to 3 minutes of your time. I'll present data on what is happening around the world, particularly in the oil and gas sector, to tell you where the biggest opportunity lies. Return on investment, exactly what is the return on investment in dollar terms that companies are seeing, but allow me to lay down a bigger picture. I run an AI company, I founded it last year. Fundamental business models are changing. I deal with 40 clients, Telenor being one of them. We're working with the Pakistan military. We're working with YBG Group, Lucky Cement. I do not have a single employee in my company. It's just us three co-founders, right? Everything else is usually done through AI agents and agentic processes. So for a service-based business, the fundamental model has changed. My overheads are more than 80%. Now, why is this happening? I just want you to understand what a miracle artificial intelligence is. Naveed Saab said something really, it took me back to something I'd read. Naveed Saab said that, this is probably the biggest sort of human innovation that we've had, AI, artificial intelligence. इकबाल कहते हैं कि तू शब आफरीदी चिराग आफरीदम. So human has always had this ability to, just have, they're always in competition with nature. Allah Ta'ala ने जिस तरह से ये ज़हन बनाया है, human beings have managed to map the neural network onto a machine. That's essentially how an AI was born. And if you really think about it, you're producing intelligence from sand. Silicon के जो wafers होते हैं, they're essentially sand. And ultimately what ends up happening is intelligence that is given to you, and data centers, of course, all of these have a part to play. So we're dealing with a technology that we've never experienced in the history of humankind. The other thing that I'm going to raise a couple of alarm bells also. How many people in this room use ChatGPT? Can everybody raise their hand, please? So I want everybody to look around. Please keep your hands up. I want you to look around the room. We're going to do a small experiment. So I can safely say 90% of people in this room are using ChatGPT. Commercially available internet, household level pay, was available in the US in the late 1980s and the early 1990s, right? How many of you, raise your hands, got your first internet connection in your house? वो जो LAN की cable लगती थी, card टूं 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 की आवाज आती थी. How many of you got your first internet connection before 1995? So hardly 1%. It took us around 10 years to adopt that technology. Facebook was formed in 2008, a simple dead platform, right? You post a picture, people comment. You post text, people comment. It took us around 6 years for the majority of us to make our accounts on Facebook. 2004 में आई है, 2007, 8, 9, 10 में majority लोगों के accounts बने. ChatGPT was born 3 years ago. And you saw 90% of the people in this room using it. We are living through the fastest technological adoption in the history of mankind. Now, allow me to tell you a couple of facts and figures about what is happening in the energy sector. And these are all reports from, and I quote sources as well. The total size of the artificial intelligence industry, just in the oil and gas sector today, is around $5 billion and is expected to be around $14 billion by 2035. The majority of deployment and investment in artificial intelligence is actually happening upstream. Almost 62% of it is being used in exploration, drilling, and production. How is that happening? I'll come to it if you ask me that question again. I don't want to take up anybody else's time. According to the Boston Consulting Group, BCG के data के मुताबिक, 30 to 70% के दरमियान में return, direct impact on your earnings before income and tax आता है if you invest on artificial intelligence correctly. Okay. Now, let's talk about specific company examples. We don't have a lot of companies in Pakistan. A lot of work is happening on digitization. Not a lot is happening when it comes to using AI as an intelligence layer on top of that data, that digitized data that you now have. But companies that have invested, ADNOC in just the last 2 years, 2024 and 2025, has already experienced upwards of $500 million of calculated value returns from investment into artificial intelligence. Now, the only reason why I threw these numbers to you was so that people in this room, leaders in the oil and gas industry, can decide where to invest their money when it comes to taking a decision in artificial intelligence. But when it comes to an entire roadmap, we can talk about it later in the session.
Okay. Thank you.
So basically, the way I see it, oil and gas industry sits on a treasure trove of data. Uh, Data going back, like 80, 70, even 100 years. So, like AI is all about context. What is your context window? If you give AI a data of 5 years, it will be as intelligent as 5 years. If you give it a data of 100 years, of course, it will give you a lot of new patterns, unforeseen results which you wouldn't have thought possible. So I see there's a huge opportunity in our energy sector overall. Of course, oil and gas being one of the biggest players, but even like your energy producers, your discos, we have, I think, potentially we can probably quadruple our data points in the next few years. You know, and as this data treasure trove increases in volume, uh, uh, AI application becomes, I would say, necessary. It's not about option. Without this layer, you would never be able to understand the historical context, the subtle shifts in patterns, whether it's your seismic data, whether it's your information, your field information, those patterns, those correlations with other data points, which may be not even related to your sector, start manifesting themselves. So the way I see it, oil and gas sector probably can be one of the leading sectors in Pakistan for the AI revolution.
So
And
you,
of course,
yeah.
please.
So you strongly believe that Pakistan IEP incorporate AI infrastructure?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sure.
All right, okay. All right, Mr. Hassan Mahmood, in the context of Murray Energies, how are you scaling AI and digital transformation and data-driven decision making, which we'll talk about?
So first of all, thank you very much for having me here. I was reading Iqbal a few days back, and I unfortunately could not memorize the exact verses, but the meaning was that machines एहसास मरवत को कुचल देती हैं. So that is one aspect. But keeping that aside, at Mari Energies, like realizing the importance of the technology and artificial intelligence, all these things, one of the diversification initiatives is the Mari Technologies, and then a subsidiary called Sky 47, which Ali is representing here. So Mari Energies fully recognize and realizes the importance of artificial intelligence and all these technological developments in that domain. And in addition to that diversification, within Mari Energies, very recently we have introduced a pillar into our strategy, which is using AI to enable our, achieving all the, other strategic objectives. Uh, like, and we are, we have deployed a lot of AI agents within our organization supporting, like Fahim Saab, during his, the keynote speech, he has also indicated certain initiatives which we have already taken, which I'll not repeat again. But we have, we have nominated the AI champions in each of the department who are spearheading the initiatives within those departments. So in that context, and we have realized that the most important thing is that, as I understand, being a non-technical and non-AI person, we have to use AI, we have to embrace this, it is already there. So we cannot resist this, we have to embrace this, and we have to use this as an efficient assistant to us. If we, fail to recognize its importance, then maybe it can start writing us. So we have to use it. So that is the whole perspective. In the E&P sector, like Ali shared two of the use cases in his presentation as well. So there are a lot of use cases in our industry. We are a fully regulated sector, right from the grant of license till the revocation of the lease or the license. So all of the activities, there's a lot of automation required. We are already in discussions, and we have deployed certain tools of the Schellenberger within our drilling. So, Mari Energies, as I understand, is taking lead in that domain, and I think we'll be doing much better with the use of technology and all these things.
But Dr. We have to draw a line somewhere in AI. In the next few years, where do you see AI going? In which, what will be the focus?
I wish I can predict that, because the way technology is changing, I mean, the things that we've expected are going to take few years, they are happening within months. So it's very difficult. However, I would like to, draw the attention of the audience to another very important point. AI can be weaponized also. And we have recently seen a couple of models from Anthropic, which were, forbidden by the US government not to be used by other countries. And if somehow you depend on those models, you are suddenly out of nowhere, you cannot do anything. So it's important to understand that while we are using AI models to input our data, that data is gone forever from our hands. So important thing is that realize that what is critical, what is not critical. So the critical data probably, it's important to have at least the localized models ourselves. Now there are more, I think companies are looking at especially the domain-specific models that we have, which we call the localized LLMs. And those localized LLMs can be utilized in your own context. You can use it for your own company. And then you can have your people who can improve those models and add more value to those models. It, of course, will take some money and time to develop those models, but the companies that will have them probably will not be subject to these AI weaponization. Another point I would like to stress is that although it is experience is important, in the field of AI, if you want to start an AI initiative, try to hire the youngest person you can who can lead that initiative. And you'll see the benefits of it because somehow the young generation can do this paradigm shift much quicker than us. We can still have our baggage from the old school, but the younger people probably do not have that baggage. Yeah. And that AI, you can say, so they can think of AI applications and AI, you can say using AI in ways nobody can even think of. So hire those people who are probably youngest in your organization. Even the leaders in that part of the organization should be the young people. And that you'll see very quickly. And they will pay whatever investment you're going to do in them.
Okay. A good point raised by Dr. Saab. Would you like to add on to it?
A couple of things that I would definitely like to mention. I want to give everybody a roadmap, and especially leaders that are present today, thinking about how do I make my institution AI enabled, right? It's very different when you're using ChatGPT personally to draft emails. That is not institutional adoption of AI. We have a theory, Ji, and that theory is that AI is not a difficult technology to use. It is a complicated technology to develop, but Alhamdulillah, Pakistan is producing some of the finest AI engineers I'm not just saying in the country, in the region. My company is partners with the LUMS Masters of AI program, and it is one of the most robustly developed MS AI programs in the country. So I'm very privy to the kind of engineers and experts that you have. So developing AI tools is a non-issue. What is more important is becoming an AI-enabled company is not so much of a is not so much of a technical change as much as it is a behavior change. Everybody from your board to your C-level executives, to your finance, to your HR, to your ops, to people working on the field have to be AI first in their thinking. And they have to adopt the tools that you're making for them. How is that going to happen? That is going to happen if you do two things. One, the leadership has to lead. AI is not an IT project. You can't delegate this to IT. कि जी ये IT वाले हैं, इनको ये budget दे दिया, अब आप AI में बनाएं. The IT team does not know that when the finance team comes in the morning, this is the first thing that they think about, this is the reference document that they go to, this is the person who they go to for help. That workflow lives in the head of the finance team. Similarly for HR, similarly for people in your field. These people who are going to be the end users of AI have to be involved from day one in the development of tools that you're going to deploy. And the AI champion strategy at Madi is the right strategy to go. Every function has these champions. The first thing that needs to happen is that you need to identify what are your upskilling needs in the organization, and you make sure that you bring everybody from your board to your C-level executives to the junior most employee to a similar level of AI vocabulary, so that they start understanding what the technology can do, cannot do, should not do. Once that has happened, then you move forward. And the way to move forward is that the first thing that your company should have is an AI governance policy. Dr. Saab is absolutely right. Every single person in this room who's using a personal ChatGPT account for work-related conversations, and I cannot tell you, we've worked with some of the largest telecom, for example, companies in the country. up to 72% of their employees are using personal Claude, personal ChatGPT accounts for work-related conversations. That is the biggest data security risk to your organizations today, because by default, all data is shared with the parent companies, and those models will be trained on that data next year. So it'll become public information. So first is an AI governance policy, SOPs, what can be put on AI, what cannot be put on AI. ये हमारी हदें हैं, जो भी हम AI बनाएंगे, इन हदों में बनाएंगे. So that's step 2. Step 3 is then you need to start investing in those use cases that you were talking about. Back-end corporate use cases are very different from front-end deployment of artificial intelligence. If you're already in the process of digitizing, you're 50% there already, because you're going to start getting data. What kind of tools you have to build is something that, of course, you'll need help with, but talent to build those tools is readily available in the country. There was one thing missing, and that gap has been filled by Sky 47. We did not have quality data centers providing us with open source models where we could securely keep our confidential data within the boundaries of the country. We have that already. So my suggestion to everybody in this room, and especially the leaders here today, the biggest learning and development contribution that you could make to your company is if you dedicate almost 30 to 40% of your budgets to AI upskilling of non-technical people in your country, in your company. Technical folks who know how to play around with AI, technical deep engineers, for example, deep tech engineers, they have the skills to build the tools. What tools have to be built, you're not going to be able to identify unless non-technically trained people are upskilled on AI. So do that as step 1. Use cases will automatically start coming to you. So
Okay.
those were my 2 cents.
Okay. Ali, Shahzad talked about data centers. So what would the addition of data centers impact the power landscape of Pakistan as well as the capacity charges? How would it do that?
So yeah, that's an interesting interesting question, because a lot of people immediately associate a lot of doom and gloom with large scale data centers. But I think data centers in the unique context of Pakistan power sector issues, especially the capacity charges, the idle charges we pay for, I don't know, ₹1 trillion per year or what, I've forgotten the number, but it's a pretty huge sum. But data centers actually can be part of the solution, not the problem, because we have a very firm, predictable demand. We don't have that idle factor which normal households or business areas have. Data centers more or less have a 24/7 power utilization. So I think with such predictable loads coming in, and like I shared in my presentation, we are like 10 to 100 times below par when it comes to our data center capacity versus our population. So the way I see it, if more and more data centers come, of course, responsibly built, like Sky 47 is doing, then they would actually help you resolve this problem, because discos would have more predictable recovery. They can invest more, they can modernize. Of course, we're talking about AI, they can invest in AI, which I think they can really benefit from. So I believe that this can really help uh, improve the power sector rather than have a negative impact.
Yeah, please do.
So our power sector actually badly need of sustainable load. Just to give you numbers, last year we were able to produce 253 terawatt hour. We only produce 127 terawatt hour. That's almost half of the idle capacity that we didn't utilize. And the reason why many of the load is not coming to the grid is because of the pricing structure. So for example, we thought of Bitcoin mining and something. So any electricity pricing that's more than 6 cents per kilowatt hour is not suitable. Similarly, for data centers, of course, there's a price point which Ali can mention. But it's the pricing that's important, of course, water availability, the grid connection availability, but capacity is there, and desperately the government is looking to use that capacity somewhere.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any other point would you like to add on to? Yeah.
I think in this specific domain, I may not be able to add anything because they are the subject specialist on this. So I don't have anything to say on this particular question.
Okay. All right. The floor is now open for questions. Any remarks? Yes.
I have a comment, not a question. So what I wanted to talk about was that, a couple of months ago, we talked to our member companies that we are in the process of forming an AI and emerging technologies advisory board. And that is almost complete. Two of the members of that board are on stage right now, Shahzad and Dr. Naveed, and there are some other professors from LUMS and NUST on it. So we will be launching that probably in a couple of weeks to all our member companies to subscribe to that. So we'll have a lot of talent available for your companies to be able to tap that for all of your AI requirements. So I just wanted to mention that.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so I had another use case in my mind for data centers. Like we have been talking about using data centers for AI. Now the AI, like we still need to create that requirement with the industries to move to data centers and actually employ AI. But there is another thing which we can, I think, readily do, and that is business continuity and disaster recovery things. Like after the recent geopolitical scenarios, it is a very important need that all the critical infrastructure should have a disaster recovery site which is highly protected. And I think Sky 47 is at that point, and we can probably do something with the regulatory authorities and try to motivate or maybe regularize all these critical infrastructure owners to move their critical systems to Sky 47 as a disaster recovery site. So what do you think about this? The question is to Sky 47 team.
Thank you for the question. Indeed, I think there are different sectors in Pakistan. Some are very well regulated, like banks, etc., telecom. So then there are sectors which may not be as well regulated when it comes to their data storage, their cloud consumption, their DR protocols. But overall, when it comes to Pakistan as a whole, I do believe it's a very important area because DR, all this data basically, whether it's for organization X or individual Y, at the end of the day, it's Pakistan's data. And as we've seen in the recent conflicts, even data centers have become targets because everybody sees them as a strategic asset, not just individual property. So a very well-defined cloud policy, actually there's already work ongoing on the cloud first policy that will also help shape up the ecosystem because defining data sensitivity and then according it different protocols is very important. As you pointed out, we may ignore certain sectors which aren't very well regulated, but their data could be very critical for Pakistan in the future, maybe even at the present. So, of course, data centers like Sky 47 and any other data center which is coming up will definitely have this complete capability besides hosting AI workloads. But the policy has to encompass more and more sectors, and it has to be enforced. I would add one more thing just for the forum, that data residency itself needs to be enforced. Uh, we cannot expect when our data is going abroad that it is not hacked, so it's secure. No, it's lying somewhere. Somebody has a kill switch. If it's a very critical project for Pakistan, we shouldn't have the kill switch somewhere else. So I believe enforcement, smart policy making and enforcement is very critical to make sure we have a very robust data center landscape and a foolproof data security plan for the future.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Asfandiar Ansari. I am with Mari Energies. I just want to put a disclaimer to Dr. Saab's comment with regard to that AI should be passed on to the young lot. And of course, because I'm not belong to that young lot, that's why I'm putting
Young
the
at
disclaimer
heart.
as well.
Young at heart.
Okay. So the reason I'm saying is, and for that maybe I would complete the share which was said by Hassan, and that is एहसास मुरवत को कुचल देते हैं हालात है दिल के लिए मौत मशीनों की हुकूमत एहसास मुरवत को कुचल देते हैं हालात So this is, of course, from Allama Iqbal, and the reason I'm just putting a disclaimer to that is initial comment, and that is because these human values and these things which comes from experience, that needs to be there to give the guidance to the people who are AI end user or AI user. Because I know it is a very technical thing, a very useful thing, but of course there should be, as somebody was mentioning about, there should be a AI policies in place and all that stuff, because you cannot let this thing loose, because it has such a power that it can guide and can also misguide. So therefore we have to be very careful with regard to how and why and in what way we have to kind of expand the AI knowledge to the others. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
So you're absolutely right, जी बिल्कुल आपसे इत्तेफाक 100% मैं कर रहा हूँ और इसीलिए मैंने ये कहा था कि one of the first things once you've trained everybody on AI is to immediately develop an AI governance policy for your institution. डेटा कहाँ पार्क होगा, AI को क्या डेटा टच कर सकता है, नहीं कर सकता, इससे हम क्या काम ले सकते हैं, नहीं ले सकते. All of these things have to be determined before any tool begins development, right? But I would just like to point out here that there is a difference. Look, and we've trained more than 1,700 professionals across Pakistan and East Africa, and this question comes every single time. Machines are going to take over. Richard Susskind, I'll give you two examples. Richard Susskind is the advisor on AI and law to the UK Supreme Court. He's been writing articles about AI and its impact on law since 1994. उस वक्त हमें ये नहीं पता था कि AI उस वक्त भी exist करती है. It's not a new technology. It's a very old technology. It's just that the use cases have evolved really well. He says something, and I want everybody, in the room to, take this statement home. He says, the market is going to show no loyalty to our traditional ways of working if something can be produced cheaper, faster, and more efficiently. You see, the tasks that we do every day, the data analysis, the predictive analysis, the data maintenance, the resume screenings, the decision making, all of these are not things that make us human. These are things that we have to do because we're contributing to society, we're working, we have to earn a living. These skills will be replaced by AI, and so will people who hold on to traditional ways of doing them if you don't upskill yourself. What makes us human is something very different. So, intellect की बात होती है, जब AI की बात होती है, wisdom is something completely different. You go to my village, and this chacha who sits under a tree and resolves the dispute between two people is hardly second grade pass. But the wisdom that he carries is the wisdom that AI will not be able to replace. That human emotion, you see, the connect, जो EQ का होता है. So those skills are definitely going to be in high demand, and they're not going anywhere. But in terms of the skills that we use the moment we come into the office until we go back home, I can assure you that we are 5 years away from becoming outdated in terms of the way we work if we don't upskill ourselves today. So, thoda sa slight differences, but you're absolutely right.
So just what I'd like to add here, the first companies that are going through a lot of change are the very companies that have invented AI, and that's the software companies. In 2 to 3 years' time, the software houses that we know of is going to change tremendously. I mean, we have just heard that there's a co-founder company with no employees. So that change is happening to the very companies that have invented AI. So when they just shark pe baithe, usi ko kaat diya. But anyways, but I think this change is coming. It's not just a change; it's an opportunity. And as I said, there of course there's guardrails of whatever we do. I mean that those needs to be put in place. But let me give you just a small example of why I said that younger people probably will be more adept at finding use cases of AI. All the hackers in the world. What's the average age of hackers? I mean, the people who hack large systems, maybe 18 to 25 years. And because there's no guardrail on them, they just hack systems around, deal in cryptocurrency, deal in all kinds of, you can say, dark webs or whatever. There are no guardrails there, but we can put those guardrails there. AI governance policy, other things can actually put those guardrails really well. But again, it's a paradigm shift, and younger lot typically is more adept at doing that paradigm shift much more easily than we do. Except the people on heart, which are young at heart, they can also do it.
Okay.
Yes, sorry. No other comment.
Just one last question before we wind up. Yeah. Please go ahead.
May I go ahead?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, just to add on to what you exactly said, and I was just talking to someone at the lunch break, is that I belong to the kind of a generation where the computer was not initially there in the office environment, and then it came. And of course, when the computer came, things will become faster. We are doing not anymore hand calculation. But that does not mean that we stop working from 9 to 5. We are still working 9 to 5. The only thing that the quality of intellectual things that is involved has changed. The same applies to the AI, that you can still use AI, but you can still have a time to think beyond what AI could do. And that is the creativity, that is your EQ and all that stuff which you talked about. So there is always a room and will always remains the room for us to be there and sitting in the office, not just the AI machines.
All right. I know Mr. Hassan is not totally related to AI, but you have been somebody who's worked in both private and government sector. So how do you see the importance of integrated energy planning?
Thank you for asking this question. Uh, I worked with government for about 13 years, and I have been in the private sector for quite some time, so I have seen both sides. There are people sitting, who I work with, like Zaid Saab was my boss in the ministry. So there are, so many things which, as a nation, we collectively are responsible. Like integrated energy planning, when you talk about that, uh, 10 years ago or 20 years ago, when we were doing this kind of planning thing like demand supply forecasting and all these things, uh, a lot of important data points were missed, and that has led us to the situation where we are right now. Like, for example, I just give one example. We were preparing some demand supply forecast of the gas sector. So what the SUI companies were doing, that whatever the applications for various customers are with them, they are using that this is the demand. They're also using the GDP growth rate, like this will be the GDP growth rate and this will be the rate with the gas demand is increasing. And at the same time, what the E&P companies were doing, or what government was doing, basically asking the E&P companies to provide the production profiles of the fields, and the companies were doing, they are just giving the profiles of the depleting fields which are already there. So what was showing that there will be a huge demand supply gap in the gas sector. And that became the reason for setting up 2 LNG terminals and importing LNG. And then we saw that there was no demand, because the price elasticity of demand was not considered in those projections. So, and at the same time, the new exploratory efforts were altogether ignored. So the kind of supply reduction has not happened. The industry has been able to sustain the supplies to a certain level, at least, and the demand has not grown to that level. Okay. So the integrated energy plan, right, and at the moment, like MARI, OGDC, PPL, and some other companies are working collectively, the government, and we are helping them to develop an like AI enabled integrated energy plan, which should be helping government to see what kind of demand is there, what kind of other energies will be contributing into the overall energy mix. So I think the more important thing is, unfortunately, none of the government sector people are sitting right now here. They have all gone. They are busy doing their important work. I think it is at least PIP should be making some recommendations to the government that all these things should also be incorporated into the government policies. Like Ali was talking, that they have a cloud policy. That is a policy to deal with the technology. But how government is going to use that kind of technology, it is very important, because integrated energy planning is not to be done by us individually. It has to be a collective effort. So all have to collaborate, and government must, be able and ready to use these kind of technologies to make their own plans. So I think if this kind of message can go to them, otherwise we may end up discussing same things after 10 years again here, in the same fashion.
Okay. You want to make a point? Okay. Before we wind up?
So a final comment that I want to make.
Sure.
So a final comment, because this isn't just about AI, it's also about emerging technologies, right? I'm going to give you one simple use case, and this is a technology that we are now working on in collaboration with a couple of investors. Mineral exploration, for example, copper gold की एक mine है, आपको पता है कि आपके पास let's say 1,000 square kilometer का एक block है, which is filled with copper and gold. This is what 10-year-old data is telling you. That 10-year-old data has come from, let's say, satellite mapping, geo mapping, however. Typically, what is being done today is, and I'll tell you the economics of this, it takes almost $600,000 to drill one hole to explore whether something exists or not, right? If let's say you have 40 potential sites, it is going to cost you 40 multiplied by 600,000 to explore them. उसमें से 3 या 4 या 5 में से कुछ ना कुछ निकलेगा. This is generally how the probability and the economics of it work. Imagine having a drone-based AI exploration technology where drones which are flying really close to the ground, because the technology is already there, it's in the market. Drones flying really close to the ground collect data, magnetometers, etc., mukhtalif. That data is crunched through an AI model to create a probability list that, based on retrospective data and what the data that the drone has given us, this AI model has predicted that these 5 drills should be made first and the rest should be made second. If you're able to, for example, not drill 6 to 7 of those potential sites, you've actually recovered more money than you put in to build this entire technology. So these are the kind of nuanced use cases of AI that leaders need to also start thinking about. It's not just about deploying Claude or ChatGPT in your finance department. That is going to massively help you. But the actual monetary returns are going to come when you start talking about more robust, nuanced AI use cases, which is what a lot of these oil companies have started to do in upstream operations. Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah,
any
I'd
final
like to
point?
add one thing. AI cannot replace human intellect. All the use cases we are talking about, it wasn't AI which came up with the use cases, right? Daily, Shazar and many companies headed by brilliant people like him, they are working on new requirements, new use cases. If AI can replace human intelligence, then we wouldn't even be discussing these things. All the use cases would have been served by now. So clearly, there's a fine line between AI as a productivity tool and human intellect, which drives the use cases, which comes up with the ideas, the business outcomes needed, and the finer detail how to plan those. So I think AI is an asset to be used. It is not something to be feared.
Okay. All right. All good things must come to an end. And this panel discussion had to end. Thank you, gentlemen, for your expressing your views so eloquently. Thank you so much. And I think, please. Okay, with this panel discussion, we come to the end of the second and last session of PEC 2026. I'm sure you'll agree with me that this edition of PEC has been a huge success in terms of the quality of presentations and panel discussion. The actionable takeaway points will point to a way forward. So a big round of applause for all of you over here who have participated. And a big round of applause for Team PIP too. Now for his closing remarks, I would like to ask Mr. Adil Khattak, MD ARL, to present his remarks.
Well, gentlemen, it has been a long day for all of us, but I'm sure a time well spent. For me personally, I've had the privilege to attend so many PIP conferences in the past for decades, past decades, I would say. And as in the past, it has been a very good learning and interesting experience for me personally as well, and I'm sure for most of you also. One thing encouraging which speaks for itself is still we have so much of you present here till the very end, including the industry leaders. Someone mentioned that probably most of the bureaucrats have already left, so I can take the liberty to share a small anecdote related to AI, which was a very interesting last session as well. A couple of weeks back, I was sort of in a jovial mood, and I asked my Chat GPT assistant that I have a feeling that you are behaving more like a bureaucrat and just trying to see what's the mood of your boss. So you try to please me all the time, you know. And believe me, it honestly accepted that and said, I'll be more careful next time. So anyway, So I think I don't want to bore you with repeating whatever you have been hearing since the morning. I think we took a very interesting and a good enthusiastic start with the speech of the minister. And I've been working with him for quite some time now, especially on the refinery related issues, also the pricing issues and the various changes we have been facing during this recent war. And he has proved to be a very good leader. I've been working with so many ministers in the past, but I've found him to be taking very deep interest in all the issues concerned and pushing where it's needed. So I think we are lucky to have an environment right now. And as we have been hearing from most of the industry leaders and the panelists as well, that we see a lot of potential. And I think it's personally, I also believe God has given so much resources to this country. I think it's our own failure that we have not been able to really utilize, whether it's electricity or solar or whatever you think about. Even, the hydrocarbon resources. So I don't want to repeat all what we've been discussing since this morning, but I must appreciate the effort of PIP. You've done a great job, Shahryar, under your leadership. And it has been a very good experience, a very successful event today. And we look forward to have another event next year. I think it's August 19th, I believe. You have already placed the date there. So please take a note of this date and see you, most of you, inshallah, next year also. Thank you again to all of you, to the organizers, to the speakers, to the panelists, and hope to see you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khattak, for your closing remarks. With this, we come to the end of PEC 2026. Thank you once again for your presence and participation. See you again soon.